CO2 can be used. Normally, when we think about CO2 utilization, we also see a concept of CO2 storage. So we can just store the CO2 that we don't want to release at the atmosphere, but a way that we can add more value to the CO2 is the CO2 utilization. So I share a bit about supercritical CO2. So it's the supercritical CO2 that we can use as a solvent. And I don't know how many of you know about supercritical fluids or a supercritical substance. So to understand what is a supercritical substance, we need to go to the phase diagram of the substance. So here I have the phase diagram of carbon dioxide. So we can see on the x-axis, the temperature increasing, and the y-axis, the pressure increasing. When we have low pressure and low temperature, we have the possibility of have just solid or gas in a substance. But then once we increase the pressure and increase the temperature, we reach a point where the liquid can start to occur. So we have the triple point where we have the coexistence of liquid, solid, and gas. In this triple point, we start having a line that is the line of coexistence of liquid and gas. So this red line going from B to C is the line of coexistence of liquid and gas. And we see that if we keep in the conditions over this line, we are increasing pressure and increasing temperature at the same time. So we see here on the picture just below the phase diagram that we have the first spot of the picture. We have the CO2, the liquid CO2, and then gas CO2 on the same environment. So we have a line that is dividing the liquid phase from the gas phase, and both phases are coexistent at the same time. So once we are in the conditions of this line, we have this condition. And then if we are increasing pressure, we are increasing the density of the gas phase. And as we increase the temperature, we are decreasing the density of the liquid phase. So this will approximate the densities from liquid phase, from gas phase, to a point where you have the critical points where the densities of both phases are the same. So what happens if you come back to these pictures with the circles? Once the densities they are equal, then we stop having the line of the interface of liquid and gas, and we start having only one fluid in the system, and this fluid is the supercritical fluid. So above the critical point, if you have temperatures above the temperature of the critical point and pressures above the pressures of the pressure of these critical points, then we are in the supercritical region of the phase diagram, and we have a system that is really peculiar because we have properties that intermediate between liquid and gas. But when it comes to density, the densities are more similar to liquids, but transport properties are more similar to gas. And one thing really interesting is that by changing pressure and temperature, once we are in the supercritical region, we can change the properties of the fluids. So if like you have several solvents at the same time, because by changing pressure or temperature, you can change those properties and then you can change how the system will behave. When it comes to CO2, using it as a solvent is interesting because it's a toxic. As long, okay, we cannot be in an environment where we don't have, you just have CO2 and don't have the oxygen, but as long as the atmosphere is controlled, it's a toxic, not flammable, it's cheap, it's recyclable. And in terms of characteristics as a solvent, it is a polar, but has polar attributes. So we have possibility to solubilize apolar molecules and also polar molecules if they are small enough or able to undergo specific interactions. So CO2 is it can undergo Lewis basic acid interactions. So we have several molecules that are able to have those interactions with the CO2, so we can solubilize them even if they are polar molecules. Another point that's interesting is that it's easily removable from your system. So you have a pressurized system and are using CO2 as a solvent in a supercritical form. So once you finish your process, you can release the pressure, the CO2 that was supercritical, you now go to the gas phase, and then you can have it totally released from your system. So when we think about biomedical applications, pharmacological applications, this is really important, because you cannot have on a drug or biomedical device, you cannot have any trace of solvent. So it's really interesting because you don't need to struggle to remove the solvent from your system. Another thing that's interesting is that you can release the pressure, and you can have a process where you can control it in a way that you not have interfaces during your process. So you not have like gas liquid interfaces. And for delicate structures, sometimes when you have the interface, it will it can break the structure if the structure is really delicate. So it's also a way to process materials that have a delicate microstructure. So overall, we can see that the supercritical CO2 can be an alternative to conventional organic solvents, and is really versatile. So this is a line of research on a way to utilize CO2 and at the same time avoid the use of organic solvents in several processes. Okay, so let's go for the proposition and the aim of the main work that I present. There are the new scaffolds loaded with actives using supercritical carbon dioxide. So the scaffolds that I present are based in gelatin. So the idea of using gelatin is because gelatin is a derivative of collagen, and collagen is really rich in animal agricultural waste. So by using gelatin, we are using a material that can be fruit of the utilization of a biomass that would be a waste, but we can better utilize. And then the gelatin has several can functionalize, so it's really suitable for cross-linking. So the idea to produce the scaffolds is to cross-link, to have an hydrogel, and then dry this hydrogel. So we tried using lyophilization to have a porous structure, which is the cryogel. And to be a comparative, we also dried under environmental pressure to have a aerogel that's a compact structure. So then once we had this material, we used the supercritical CO2 for the impregnation. So the idea of the practice using it is we have the CO2 that comes in the cylinder. It comes as liquid CO2. So we connect it to a pump where we can pressurize the CO2 to the pressure that we want. And inside a vessel or reactor vessel, we can put the substance that we want to impregnate. So here in red, representing the active that I want to impregnate. And then we can put our samples suspended in the reactor, and then we pressurize the system. And the idea is also can permeate the matrix of polymers. This active, once this active is solubilized in the CO2, it can permeate the pores too, and also permeate the matrix of the material. So this is the concept, is the idea of impregnation using supercritical CO2. So by impregnating an active, we can bring the properties of the active to our material, and also protect the active against degradation, against volatilization. And we also have an opportunity for controlled release, because if you have an active that's now interacting with polymer or biopolymer, this interaction can reduce the speed of release, or in some cases, we can also have a substance that the release of the solution is too slow, but by interacting with a matrix, we can increase the speed of the release. So going to our results, so we cross-linked the gelatin with a cross-link agent that we call GPT-MS, that is glycidyl-propyl-trimethoxysilane. It's not really common to use it as cross-linker, but it gives us a time frame of degradation that is longer than when we use cross-linked based on ester bonds. So we are able to get the crosslink, and the main crosslink bound is a siloxane bound, which we can see on the FTIR spectra. And we also determine the gel percent, which is the percent of the material that was actually incorporated on the gel and is not solubilizing in water anymore. So for the Cheryl gel, we had 88% of gel percent, and for cryogel, 86%, which is a really good value. And then we evaluate the morphology of the material. So this is the micrography for the Cheryl gel. So unfortunately, what we can see here, like these holes are bubbles and not a really porous structure. So we had some bubbles on, sorry, on the sample, and then when doing cryofracture was the section that was more fragile. So we have fracture on the section where we had some bubbles, but we can see that the structure is a compact structure. While for the cryogel that was dried, use lyophilization, we have a porous structure and semi-interconnected porous structure, and the pore size was around 150 micrometers. And this range is a good range for cell growth and cell adhesion, especially talking about bone cells. We also evaluate how much water this structure is able to uptake, because it's important for a biomaterial. So we saw that we have so we evaluate the water absorption along the time. So we saw that on the beginning, we had a huge water absorption up to 200%. And then this absorption continues with the time. So we studied till 72 hours. And we saw that for both Cheryl and cryogel, they have a really good uptake. So 250%, 244% are really good water uptake values. For the Cheryl gel, the water uptake was lower than the cryogel, but the difference between the two materials are the porosity. So we can understand that the cryogel is absorbing more because of the pores. The water is entering the pores and also being absorbed by the matrix. So we evaluate the cytotoxicity of the material. So the way we do that is putting our materials in contact with solution. So we can have, so this solution, after this exposure, we can say that the gel is tracked. So then we put this solution in contact with various cells, and we evaluate if those cells are presenting different in morphology or not. So we have a negative control, so are the various cells that are not in contact with a cytotoxic agent, and a positive control where the various cells are in contact with the cytotoxic agent. And for our material, the shower gel and the cryogel, we see that the morphology of the cells are pretty much the same. So we are not seeing any difference in morphology. Therefore, we are not seeing any toxicity from this material. So now I go for our first example, that is the impregnation of pink pepper essential oil. So the pink pepper is common in Brazil, and the oil has properties that good when we think to biomaterials. So it has anti-inflammatory properties, antibacterial, anti-cancer, antioxidant, fungitoxic, and anti-trypanosoma cruzi properties. So by impregnating pig pepper oil to a material, you are bringing those properties to the material. So we wanted to do that, to have a multifunctional product, and also to prevent degradation of the oil, to prevent volatilization. And we know that we are also controlling the release of this oil. So we did that in the apparatus I showed you before. So you put the oil on the bottle of the reactor, and then we suspended the samples inside the reactor. And this reactor was a 10 ml reactor, and we kept it pressurized for 4 hours. And after that, we depressurized the system, starting by cooling the system and then open the valve to release the CO2. So in our preliminary tests, we test the Sherogel and Cryogel to understand the difference between both. So mainly to understand how is the matrix behaving, how is the full structure matrix and porous behaving. And after that, we proceed to a design of experiments using the Cryogel only to understand the best conditions of impregnation. So as a result, we saw that for the Sherogel, the impregnation was negligible for the pink pepper essential oil. And the impregnation in the matrix is to be associated with how much the oil active is soluble in supercritical CO2, but also how good is the interaction between this active and the matrix, and also how is the interaction of the matrix and the supercritical CO2. So a better interaction of the matrix and supercritical CO2 will give a better impregnation. A better interaction between the active and the matrix will also give a better impregnation. In this case, because the oil, the matrix has a high polarity, and the oil has a low polarity. So we didn't have a really significant impregnation in the matrix. But when you go to the Cryogel, we see that the impregnation, the loads is quite high. So when you go to 22%, 20%, we are talking about high values. So we can understand that the load on the scaffolds is mainly associated with the porosity. So we are having the position of this oil inside the pores. So we study further the conditions of impregnation for the cryogels. So we varied the pressure from 10 to 30 megapascal, and then the temperature from 35 to 60 Celsius degrees. And then we got the different loads of the pink pepper essential oil. And then we analyzed the data using the model, a mathematical model with Prometheus and ANOVA. And this was able to give us a response surface graphic, telling us that the best conditions are the conditions with lower pressures and lower temperatures. So 10 or 20 megapascal and 35 degrees. But we are also able to understand how is the pattern of impregnation when we vary pressure and temperature. So we are able to see that the impact of the temperature is the predominant impact. Once we increase the temperature, so if we go to this axis of the temperature, once we increase the temperature, the tendency is to decrease the load of this oil. But when you go to the pressure, when you vary the pressure, the change in impregnation is not as significant as we see for the temperature. But one thing we see is that we are decreasing the temperature, and we are increasing, the temperature. And as we increase the temperature to 55 to 60, we see a new increase on the load, on the impregnation. So we can understand the pattern of load when we think about the impacts of density. So when the supercritical CO2 has higher densities, then the solubilization capacity of the CO2, that is the capacity to behave as a good solvent, is increased. So for higher densities, the CO2 is behaving as a better solvent. So for lower temperatures, we have higher densities for the same pressure. So we can have better impregnations. But also, we have a balance between the solubility of the oil in the supercritical CO2 that will give us a better impregnation because more oil will enter the pores. But we also have a balance on how much of the solution of the oil is escaping from the pores during the dispersorization. So when we have the system pressurized, we have the oil solubilized on the CO2 and it's inside of the pores. When you are depressurizing the system, so we are decreasing the pressure of the system and this solution is escaping from the pores. So if the precipitation of the oil occurs in a high pressure, then you start to decrease the pressure and rapidly the oil will precipitate and will be kept inside the pores. If the precipitation pressure is much lower, then you'll be decreasing the pressure. The solution will be coming out from the pores before the precipitation of the oil inside the pores. So what happens when we have higher temperatures is that we also have higher pressures of precipitation. So we need a higher pressure to have the oil solubilized. So once we start to decrease the pressure, we happily see precipitation of this oil, which help us to keep more oil inside of the structure. So it's a balance, and we are able to understand what are the conditions that are better for this impregnation. So for our second example is the impregnation of ibuprofen. So we follow the same procedure of impregnation, but now with 24 hours. And then instead of varying pressure and temperature, we varied the concentration of ibuprofen in the media and also the use of co-solvent. So we tested ethanol as co-solvent. So we saw that we have the position of the ibuprofen inside the pores, but in this case, we also have good impregnation of ibuprofen in the matrix. So ibuprofen is more polar than the oil we are using before, so we can see a better interaction with the matrix. So what we see when we vary the amount of ibuprofen in the system is once we increase the concentration of ibuprofen in the reactor, we also increase the drug load. And then if we add ethanol in the system, 3% of ethanol, we increase a lot the impregnation because the ethanol will help the interaction of the ibuprofen in the system. So we are able to increase the amount of ibuprofen that we are impregnating. But if we increase further the amount of ethanol in the system, what happens is when we are decreasing the pressure, we form, when ethanol is present and we are decreasing the pressure, we form a phase of ethanol that is rich in ibuprofen. And once we continue to decrease the pressure, we see the precipitation of ibuprofen inside the pores. If we increase the amount of ethanol in the system, what happens is that this solution of ibuprofen and ethanol is more diluted and also you be more drained from the structure. So we ended up having less precipitation inside the pores. But at this condition, if we increase again the amount of ibuprofen in the system, we can back to increase again the amount of ibuprofen that can be loaded. So we can play with the use with the concentration of drug in the system, and we can play with the use of co-solvent to have the ideal load for our system. And then for the samples where we had better loads, we also investigate the cytotoxicity, but now the cytotoxicity of the material with ibuprofen. So it's this sample, the loaded cryogel, and we can see that we continue not having a significant difference from the negative control. So we have a system, a loaded system that's not presenting significant toxicity. When we go to drug release results, we can see that the release is lowered down, so it's more extended release when we compare to the dissolution of the ibuprofen without any impregnation. So we do have a system with controlled release. So as a conclusion for those studies is that the gelatin solution gels are biocompatible. When we have cryogels, they are suitable for impregnation in supercritical CO2, and they have potential to be used as biomaterial when you look to the results of water absorption, cytotoxicity, and then the porosity. And once we impregnate those materials, then we have the possibility of having multifunctional material and a possibility to have materials that can be used for drug-controlled release for several applications. So now I will thank people that are working in this project. So the students that are working, Ulysses, Taina, Carolina, and professors that are helping to supervise the students, so Professor Bruno, Professor Cristiani. This is Professor Mathieu Deschampeau. So I share the lab with her, so we share the responsibilities on running the lab. And we also have participation of Professor Juliana Mark, Eric Felix, and this name I highlighted because it may be known by you. So Andrew is a PhD student, but lecturer on UNN. So he's working with us, and he also helped with analysis for this work, and also this is student Lawrence Rodriguez. So let me use the opportunity to share perspectives in nanoscience. So you saw that the pores in the material that I presented today are not nanopores, but this technology of supercritical CO2 can be used for nanoscience. And it's really interesting when you think about nanoscience because of the diffusion properties that we have with the supercritical CO2, and also how delicate are the structures. So we can dry a material, for instance, preventing it to collapse when we are using supercritical CO2. So I took to the discussion some papers just for you to see as examples of how it can be used. So the first one is the formation of nanoporous aerogels from defeated rice bran via supercritical carbon dioxide drying. So aerogels are another type of porous structure that we can obtain when you dry the material using supercritical CO2. So the idea is to have the synthesis of an hydrogel. So we have the precursors that can be several precursors, but then we cross-link the structure to get an hydrogel. So we have the material that is permeated by water. And then what we need to do to dry the material using supercritical CO2 is to change water by another solvent that is more soluble with supercritical CO2. So typically it would be ethanol or acetone. So we treat this hydrogel with ethanol to now have an alcohol gel. And then this alcohol gel we place inside that reactor in a given pressure, temperature, and sometimes a given flow of CO2. And then this CO2 will solubilize slowly the solvent that we have on the gel. And then what will remain will be a porous structure. So it's possible to tune the conditions for this structure to be a nanostructure, to have nanoporous. And then for this specific paper, they are using this structure with nanoporous to develop functional foods and to deliver bioactive compounds. So the second example is now a nanoporous structure, also done using supercritical drying, but now this porous structure is based on silica, and then they are able to have porous that the majority amount of pores are ranging from 10 to 20 nanometers. Another example in nanoscience is the obtaining of nanoparticles. So using supercritical CO2, we can use it to make particles, and we have two main processes that we can use. The first one is a process where we have a substance that is soluble in supercritical CO2. So we solubilize it in supercritical CO2, and then we allow this solution to pass through a needle to a chamber where we have lower pressure. So what we have is a spray, and this spray, because it's spraying in a lower pressure environment, we have precipitation of the material that was solubilized in CO2, and then we have particles. Another strategy that are among the main strategies is called CO2 as anti-solvent. So it's this one that is being shown. So it's a supercritical anti-solvent precipitation that we call SAS process, where we have a substance that we want to make particles that are not soluble in supercritical CO2, but is soluble in another solvent that this solvent is soluble in supercritical CO2. So what we do is to solubilize our material in a given solvent, and then spray this solvent inside a chamber where we have supercritical CO2. And then once we spray, then the solvent from the solution solubilize in CO2, but our material will not solubilize. So this spray will make particles. So we can make nanoparticles using this technique. So this work is a review showing how we can do nanoparticles and nanocrystals using several techniques, and one of the techniques are this anti-solvent precipitation. And this picture is a picture of nanoparticles of diclofenac done using DMSO as a solvent to solubilize diclofenac, and then it was sprayed inside supercritical CO2, so we can have those nanoparticles. Another example is we can use the same technique, but to now have encapsulated nanoparticles. So we can microencapsulate or nanoencapsulate if you are spraying a solution that now have a material, so a polymer or a substrate, and an active compound. So once you spray it together, you can have a particle that you have both mixed, and then this mixed will be a nano-encapsulation or microencapsulation. And if we have a difference in a slightly difference in solubility between our active compound and our matrix compound, we can have encapsulation in a structure of core shell. So another example, the last example, is nanocatalyst deposition assisted by supercritical carbon dioxide. So if you want to deposit a catalyst or even another substance in a substrate, we can use the supercritical carbon dioxide to solubilize the substance and help to impregnate the substance in your substrate. And then once you despressurize, you have the substance, your nanocatalyst, dispersed in the substrate. And it can also be used for catalysts that you want, for instance, to proceed a metal that want to proceed to a reduction, and then you can impregnate a precursor in your substrate, and then in the supercritical media, you can proceed to chemical reduction and now have a metal in a metal form now dispersed in your substrate. So there are several ways that this supercritical technology can be used for nanoscience. So I just present some examples, but they are reviews, so you can go to these reviews and get even more examples of how it can be used. So I want to thank you so much for your audience, and thank you so much for the participation.
But we appreciate Professor Obi. Yes, as we all listened, the work she presented today is on polymer synthesis mainly and supercritical carbon dioxide utilization. She cited many examples, which most of them were published in some major journals, including International Journal of Pharmaceutics, International Journal of Macromolecules, Applied Science, Pharmaceutics, and Synthetic Metals. We want to appreciate you, Professor Obi, for being part of this, and not just participating in this conference, but for being a great collaborator to those of us on this side of the divide, where you have shown in one of your slides somebody who is working with you in your lab, one of the persons working with you in your lab that came over to that side from the University of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Please, we welcome questions, 2-3 questions, comments on the presentations made, so that she will respond to them, and we move on to the next lecture. Questions, please. Comments? Questions, comments? Yes, from the side of the MC, the compare, when you started, you took some of us who are taking some, or who took some courses in physical chemistry, down to our formative years in the university system, when you started discussing the phase diagram of carbon dioxide from that basis, from where you can now get to have increased both the pressure and temperature to the extent that the CO2 that is generally known to be gas, to be in the gaseous phase, will now assume a phase that would be, that can neither be called a liquid, nor strictly speaking a gas. So you took us down there, and some of our colleagues who are here were nodding their heads, because it's part of the things that people who don't actually understand what supercritical carbon dioxide is will be thinking about while looking at the work that you presented. In our balance here, we'll talk about the person teaching, presenting from the first principles, teaching first, and then presenting the high impact research that has come from the lab. So on that note, I would want to check if there is any person that is taking a comment. Okay, there's a comment from this side.
Sorry, I'm not be able to hear. Or maybe if you can, I don't know, I'm not hearing, but if you can repeat after her question. Then...
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I can hear you, but I could not hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I was saying it was a very exciting presentation that you gave, an interesting one for sure. I was wondering if you had any thoughts about combining the solvents that you use, so metric combination of ethanol and supercritical CO2, if those have any applications that might have any interest to you, or if you're looking to explore that area as well.
Yes, like the use of the mix of another solvents, then it be in a system where we think that, so is a way to change polarity of the supercritical CO2. So then depending on the system that we have, so we can see, okay, if I have better polarity, would I have a better outcome? So for those systems that is worth to try to use ethanol, for instance, or to use another solvent as co-solvent. Now, first thought, if we don't have the need of co-solvent, is better, because then you don't have an additional solvent being used. If we need to use, you prefer solvents that are more cleaner and greener. So ethanol, we don't have we don't have the toxicity involved, but then the system gets more complex. So we test if you think it can if it can give us a better outcome. So for in the example I showed, so the question was, can I increase the impregnation by using the co-solvent? So we showed that yes, at some extent, but then the main thing is like, if you don't really need, better to not use a second solvent, because then it's easier, the cleanup will be easier, or system will be much easier, because once you use a second solvent, then we are dealing with a system that in terms of solubility in supercritical CO2 is not is now a ternary system, because you are doing it with the solubility of the solvent in the supercritical CO2, your active in supercritical CO2, and then the solvent of your active in ethanol as well. So we can make this question tests, but to use is just that if we have a better outcome. So I don't know if I fully answer your question.
Yes, it does. It makes the system more complex to deal with.
Yes. So for some systems is worth. So the example of supercritical drying is an example where we have another solvent in the system that is the solvent that is in the gel. So you have an alcohol gel. So if you are using ethanol, you have your gel, the ethanol inside, and the supercritical CO2. But then, and is the presence of the alcohol in the system that is keeping the pores in the structure. And then by using supercritical CO2, remove the solvent and keep the structure. So it's not possible to do this process and keep the structure if you don't use a second solvent. So depending on the process.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or question from the site? Okay, Professor Mayo, we once more appreciate you for being a part of this presentation. One of the take-homes for most of the PhD students here is that at the end of this conference, you will be expecting many mails in your inbox coming from this part. Of course, you know the way we worry. That is the language we use there. You know the way we worry, especially when we want to get to be better trained at the level of postgraduate studies. So we want to appreciate you again. Please, may we all appreciate her again as the leader of the website. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you, welcome. And your emails and questions for further discussion are also welcome. So I will be expecting it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, the next presenter will be the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, Khalil Suleiman Khalilu. Khalil Suleiman Khalilu has been described as a visionary leader at the helm of Nigeria's foremost technology transfer agency and driving force behind the NASENI. Khalil's mission is clear: to harness the power of modern science and engineering to propel Nigeria's industrialization agenda and position NASENI as a beacon of technological prowess on the national and the global stage. As Executive Vice Chairman, Khalil operates on creation, collaboration, and commercialization principles, ensuring that NASENI delivers world-class products and services. The track record of founding and investing in cutting-edge technology ventures across diverse sectors like logistics, agriculture, e-commerce, and more. Khalil brings a wealth of entrepreneurial experience to his role. Notable among his ventures is Sharp Logistics Limited, revolutionizing on-demand delivery services, and CANS, West Africa Premier Eco-Friendly Technological Hub fostering innovation and sustainability. His expertise has positioned him to serve on the boards and advise leading companies and organizations such as the Cumin Power China Group, the Newly Foods Company, the Sudabel Medical Broad-Based Communications, and the Gongoni Company Limited, cementing his reputation as a trusted advisor in businesses and technology sectors. At Naseni, Khalil leverages his entrepreneurial spirit to chart a strategic course for Nigeria's economic transformation through technology transfer and adaptation. His passion for closing the technology gap in Africa drives him to explore new frontiers in technology with a relentless focus on improving lives and livelihoods across the continent. Recognized as a catalyst for technological advancement and economic growth, Carol is reshaping the landscape of science, technology, and engineering in Nigeria. With his visionary leadership, Nigeria is poised to emerge as a powerhouse of innovation, setting new standards for progress, both on the regional basis as well as on a global basis. Carol has a Master of Science in International Business and also a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from the University of Hertfordshire, Hatfield, United Kingdom, respectively. He is a member of the Global Shapers Committee of the World Economic Forum, that's the Kanu Hub, and also a member of the Kanu, Lagos, and Abuja clubs, and the Kanu Golf Club. May we welcome the representative of the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Naseni, who is going to present his speech. A scholar also of an immense magnitude, Dr. Chika Scholastica Ezanena, so a fellow of the Polymer Institute of Nigeria, a fellow of the Chemical Society of Nigeria, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria. Dr. Ezanena Saw is a Deputy Director in Naseni. You are welcome.
Thank you very much for Ejike. And for the records, he's my only brother in UNN. I've known him for over 20 years. When he was small. So my name is Chika. I'm actually representing my executive vice chairman. In Naseni, we call him the 001 of Naseni. He is our chief executive. He is the chief executive of Home of Infinite Possibilities. If you know Naseni, you will know that that is a common slogan in Naseni. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, I'll simply present for him on nanotechnology for national development, a Nigerian imperative. Next slide. I want to start by saying that nanotechnology is actually the only technology that offers transformative potential for Nigerian national economy or development, whether we want to believe it or not. I'm not seeing it from here.
Okay.
So let's go back to 1959, where Richard Feynman's vision says that there is plenty of room at the bottom, which envisioned manipulating individual atoms. When you talk of, when he was whispering about plenty of room, it means our laboratories, markets, and of course, new national opportunities. Moving forward to 1981, we have what is called scanning tunneling microscope. That is the first ray tool to visualize and manipulate atoms. And down to 1900, where most of you were born, we have the discovery of fullerenes and carbon nanotubes. And of course, now we are talking about nanotechnology becoming the major, or is the major national initiatives. National nanotechnology initiatives in US, EU, Japan, China, as well as institutionalized R&D investments. Next slide. So nanotechnology is quite a very important enabler for Nigerian development, even though in Nigeria, I will tell you that most people don't even know what nanotechnology or nanoscience is all about. But the truth is that in every day of our life, even in our curriculum, whether you like it or not, in physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, material sciences, we talk about nanoscience every day. And that is why it's considered as the hottest topic. It's indispensable for Nigeria's resilient, diversified, and knowledge-driven economic future. It strengthens industrial capacity, enhances social well-being, and address critical development challenges, especially in healthcare sectors, agricultural and food security, energy, environment, and digital tech and security. Next slide. Okay, in healthcare and medicine, a lot has been done using nanotechnology, especially in precision diagnostics, especially in diagnosing most of these terminal diseases like tuberculosis, HIV, cancer, hepatitis. We have applied a lot of nanotechnology in diagnostics. In fact, in Naseni, of recent, Naseni, well, just like the Prof mentioned, our core principle in Naseni, or rather the case, our core principle in Naseni, especially the EBC core principle, is all about creation, collaboration, and commercialization. And we are partnering with over 40 public-private partners to achieve this. So we have actually finished building with a company called Tromet, which is a Lebanese company based in Lagos. We have very soon, in a few weeks to come, to launch a rapid test kit, diagnostic rapid test kits that will be used to test almost 26 products. We have the TB there, we have the HIV, malaria, blood sugar, pregnancy tests, monkeypox tests. Most of those tests, most of those diseases, we have actually have a technology for doing that in Naseni, and very soon it will be launched. Not only that, when Naseni has moved forward also to be engaged in what is called AI diagnostic microscope. That is what in fact, years back, we do diagnostic maybe in 1 day, 45 minutes, 60 minutes, 1 hour, down to 10 minutes. But with our AI diagnostic microscope that will soon be in the market, you can actually diagnose any diseases just in 1 or 2 minutes. And that Naseni has actually gone very far with a Netherlands company to do that. Astra is also self-powered handheld device that may outperform current diagnostic in detecting TB in terms of time and precision, just like I said. This one does it in. You can actually test 100 samples in 1 hour. And our AI diagnostic microscope, you can test 45 samples in 1 hour. Next slide. So these are relevance of nanotechnology and take home. But before I say this, I have a story to share with you, just like I talked about AI diagnostic kits. There is a very rural community around the FCT that we took this AI diagnostic to go and test some students, primary and secondary school. And I don't know whether to say I'm missing, but it's a sad story to notice that almost 2/3 of the children there has what is called schistosomiasis, something like that. I know the microbiologist say, you not specify me. It's actually, with time, it affects liver and your kidney. And 2/3 of the students, I don't have the picture I would have shown, they have it. And they simply get it from their dirty water there. But with the help of this Netherlands company, they're also giving them some drugs to teach that, to treat them. And take home we have to take today using nanotechnology in Nigeria is that diagnosis disease will be earlier, affordable and accessible health care for undeserved communities, create better outcomes for patients, no matter where they live. Of course, bridge critical gaps in managing infectious diseases like malaria, TB, HIV, and so on. Provide affordable, decentralized testing and localized nano-pharmaceutical production. And of course, strengthen healthcare, reduce import dependence, and achieve health sovereignty. Next. We also use nanotechnology in agriculture and food security. You can see in Netherlands, there are nano-coated fertilizers reduces about 70% reduction in fertilizer use. And of course, there is a great increase in yield because of the largest surface of the nanoparticle that are being used. Then pest control, of course, in US, company in USA. And then food preservation, Vietnam company. Even in Nigeria here, the researchers in FUTA has developed slow release nanofertilizers that will increase the yield of yam by 30%. And we have item in Ibadan, piloting silica nanoparticle-based pest control for maize and cowpea. So in Nigeria, we are coming up slowly with nanotechnology. Expected impact is about 20-30 improvement in staple crop yields and 40 to 50% reduction in fertilizer consumption. For some of us that have not been to this ITIME or IITA in Ibadan, it is good you go there. You would see a lot of nanotechnology going on there. Next slide. Okay, for sustainable solution for energy and environment, nanotechnology has played a great role here. Electric vehicles, I know most of you, in fact, Naseni, almost 20 to 30% Naseni project vehicles are electric vehicles because we are partnering with company in China to produce electric vehicles. And we have a lot of them in Naseni. If you visit, you will see them. Toyota in Japan, few months ago, I went to Japan with the chief executive and we visited them. We're also trying to partner with them on electric vehicles. Clean Fuel South Africa also employs, of course, Fischer-Tropsch nano catalysts to convert coal and gas into cleaner liquid fuels. And China's nano sponge also is a great nano filter for water purification. Naseni has also worked with Lautech to also produce a nano filter for water purification. And we're also doing some projects with the University of Lyon. And I know that in UNN, a lot of work has also been done by Prof and others with nano water purification. Next slide. Global nano manufacturing. Of course, you know that just like I said, that we can't do with nano, we cannot do without nanotechnology. South Korea has been leading in production of smartphones. And for some of us that are Samsung lovers, that are not iPhone lovers, you can see the color accuracy and even the vein. And it's all about quantum dot nanoparticles. It's positioning South Korea the leader in display of technology markets. We also have BASF in Germany, self-healing nanocoating, maintenance savings across EU manufacturing facilities. Also, we have a lot in India, Malaysia, rubber bulge, and for tire durability. My husband actually sells tire for so many years, over 20 years. And I always hear him say that the best tire is the one from Malaysia, but I didn't know why until I see this. I also want to ask that here that Naseni also has also moved to industries of paints. In Naseni, we are partnering with, I told you guys that we went to Japan a few months ago. We are partnering with Optimus Inc. Japan is a nano paint production company. And we went there and we saw what it means to have a paint that will have an antivirus, antibacterial, and anti-mold. Very soon, Naseni will take up the technology here in Nigeria. Not only that it has the nano pen, not only that it has an anti-mold, antibacterial, and antivirus. It's a pen that when you use, we give you guarantee of 15 years for you to even talk about repainting your house. And it reduces the ambient temperature of any house by 15 to 20 degrees. So people in the north, of course, we jump to that paint. Next slide. It's transforming a lot, doing a lot of transformation in digital technology and security. In semiconductors, chips that we use in our smartphones, quantum dots, which I've already mentioned for Samsung users, carbon nanotubes, magnetic nanoparticles for energy efficiency. We also have global examples like in US, they use IBM Intel, carbon nanotube, field effects, transistors, and so on. Israel, of course, is making a lot for a nano-lock security. And even in Nigeria, we have some of our researchers that are addressing cyber crime. I will not say that it's local, 100% local content. Most of them are imported. And that is why in that very area, we are losing almost 3.5 trillion loss. By the time we are able to perfect in this technology, we'll be able to save this loss that we are encountering in that area of cyber crime. Unilag has developed nano ink, of course. I've had the advantage to go and we saw it. Of course, we know what it's all about. It gives you, nano ink will give you a finer print, and also there's a lot of reduction when it comes to cost by the time you use nano ink. Though they are still under research level, and that is where Naseni comes in. Most of the times we pick up this project and we blow it and commercialize it. Next slide. So government commitment. We don't talk about anything if we don't talk about government commitment, because Naseni is under presidency, so we hold to our hearts the renewed hope for Nigeria. So in March 2025, the Federal Ministry of Science and Tech finalized Nigerian draft national policy on nanotechnology, a bold step that is now before the Federal Executive Council. That is a good move. And we also have cross-ministerial alignments among ministries, not optional, but very essential. The administrative stance on public-private partnership has also catalyzed greater private sector participation in critical sectors, especially the healthcare, the transportation and energy and ICT section. And like I said before, that Naseni is investing a lot in this place. We have partnered with over public-private sector, establishing different factories, because Naseni is actually moving from research to development. Next slide. Now, this is Naseni's strategic nanotechnology drive. Like I said before, that the EBC 3-6 mantra is creation, collaboration, and commercialization. As part of its strategic mandate to promote nanotechnology innovation, Naseni is actively integrating nanotechnology into critical national development initiatives. Our Naseni Center of Excellence in Akure is a state-of-the-art facility that serves as a vital hub for research, development, and training. Of recent, our chief executive is putting on what is called a renewable park, or you can call it Naseni Solar Industrial Park. What we intend to do there is to put in start producing solar cells, solar panels. But before now, Naseni, of course, is producing solar panels in Karishi. I don't know if any of you know about our solar factory in Karishi. Already producing over 22 megawatts solar panels. By 2026, we'll be rounding it up to 50 megawatts. And in that our solar panel factory, we are producing solar, in fact, I use their solar panels. And one unique thing about Naseni solar panels, it tells you that it's 110 watts. It gives you over 115 watts. It doesn't give you less. They produce 350 watts, they produce 590 watts. Of course, you reduce space when you put in your 350 watts or 590 watts. 237 billion has been spent on imported solar panels in quarter of 2024. And that is what Naseni is trying to bridge, to reduce by the time we put up our solar Naseni Solar Industrial Park, which is located at Nasarawa, Gora in Nasarawa. Underscoring the nation's dependency on foreign photovoltaic technologies. In response, Naseni is establishing Nigerian first solar industrial park in Gora, Nasarawa State, envisioned as a strategic hub for local manufacturing and green technology innovation. And at this point, I also want to invite us all very soon to Naseni. We'll be doing our Naseni week. In fact, during our presentation for the committee presentation, UNN is actually one of the universities that they mentioned that we are going to select what we call Naseni future leaders. Thank you very much. Importantly, the technological framework of this industrial park will incorporate nanotechnology, enable solutions to enhance solar energy, conversion efficiency, material durability, and overall system performance. Other initiative that Naseni is doing is PICTT. I think Presidential Initiative Committee on Technology Transfer. I'm sure some of you must have put in one proposal or the other, and the proposal is still running. We call it Delta 2 program, where we bring in engineers and scientists. They put up their proposal. Naseni is ready to sponsor whoever that wins the proposal. And now the one that is running till July 30th is for Delta Ha. We call it, we decided to give engineers that are women chance to get this proposal or this money for PICT. But as time goes on, they will always, if you go to our website, I think we do it like 3 times in a year. You can put in your project. Even as at now, you can put in any project you want to do pilot level through our link. I can easily give anybody a link. You don't even need to know anybody in Naseni to get this done. Once you put in your projects through the link and the evaluation team did, and you pass, they call you and you present your proposal and you're good to go. That is how we got our public-private sectors involved in all that we're doing. None of them know us. The trauma that we have over 6 companies with now. It's a Lebanese company. He doesn't know our EVC. He just put in his projects through our link and he's called for. And you know, I can tell you authoritatively because in Naseni, I am coordinating over 9 projects. And the trauma projects, the rapid text I talked about, I'm also the coordinator of the project. So it's not something that is a joke, it's something that is real. Next slide. In as much that nanotechnology offers a great transformative potential, it also has its own constraints and challenges. Toxicology and environmental risk, lack of robust testing and regulatory framework. We have underfunded infrastructure, labs, lack of funding, reliance, especially in Nigeria. Whole lot of it. We have aspects of equity, potential divide in rural communities, and so on and so forth. Let's go to the next slide. Then these are the strategic roadmap for nanotechnology leadership. One is National Nanotechnology Strategy. Yes, classic policy framework aligning with global best practices or standards. I'm not saying that this is already in place, but with this, of course, we are going to achieve what we want. And with time, I'm sure Nigeria will get to this. And we also have institutionalizing academic, industry, and government models. In this very roadmap, you can bear with me that academy, industry, government, they are not really harnessed. Everybody is doing their own thing. And by the time we get them harnessed, we'll get a better roadmap for nanotechnology leadership. By the time we have 1 or 2 in place, our 3, which is strategic investment, is a done deal. And in 4, education and awareness. Embedding nanoscience in STEM curricula is very important, starting from basic, primary school, or let me say secondary school, and even in our polytechnics. It might interest us to know that our polytechnic does not have nanotechnology or nanoscience in their curriculum. I didn't know until last year when the executive secretary wrote to NASENI to sponsor in the review of their curriculum. And during that, the EVC, I was actually the one that chaired the committee. And we noticed that they do not have nanoscience. And because I am heading nanoscience department, I decided to suggest it, that they should include it in their curriculum. And the EVC approved. So by the time they will review their curriculum, of course, nanoscience and nanotechnology will be sponsored by NASENI to be in polytechnics. That is also a way of creating strategic roadmap for nanotechnology. Next slide. By strategically advancing these 4 pillars, Nigeria can develop a robust and sustainable nanotechnology ecosystem that fuels inclusive industrial growth, fosters innovation, and creates high-value jobs. This roadmap not only strengthens national competitiveness, but also positions Nigeria as Africa's leading hub for nanotechnology research, development, and commercialization, driving industrialization, technological self-reliance, and global relevance. In way of conclusion, to fully harness nanotechnology transformative potential, Nigeria must adopt a structured multi-stakeholders approach. This requires a cohesive national policy, substantial R&D investments, strong academia, industry, government, just like I said, part of the roadmap, to drive commercialization, which what our EVC and the whole NASEN is crying, and integrated nanoscience education. With committed political will and sustainable function, this approach can position Nigeria as Africa's leader in nanotechnology, fostering industrial growth, job creation, and global competitiveness. Next slide. Today, a group of 20 individuals empowered by the exponential growing technologies of AI, robotics, computers, networks, and eventually nanotechnology can do what only nation state could have done before. That is by Peter H. Diamandis, and I also agree with him. And nanotechnology is really interesting to Jessica Alba, and also to me, stuff to sort of make our world a better place and a cleaner place through science, and also explains things that are happening. I have always been into it, says Jessica Alba, and me, Chika Ezayana. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chika Ezayana, a fellow of the Polymer Institute of Nigeria, a fellow of the Chemical Society of Nigeria, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria. You are a chemist through and through. You will believe with me at the end of the presentation that what was described, how Khalil, the EVC of NASENI was described, was fully captured in the presentation that was made. You recall that he was described as someone who operates on creation, collaboration, and commercialization principles, ensuring that NASENI delivers worldwide products and services, with a track record of founding and investing in cutting-edge technology ventures across diverse sectors like logistics, agriculture, e-commerce, and more. We are here, you would have noticed that even the aspect involving nanomedicine, that they are already doing a lot of work, has not been mentioned. And it is also good to note that Dr. Ezayan also did justice to that presentation. May we please appreciate Naseni Esefana. Maybe during the vote of thanks, Naseni will be better appreciated with respect to the fact that they have recognized that this university, located at the soft green hills of Nsukka, has enough to contribute to the extent that they will be included in the program that they're going to run. Thank you very much. And please, may I invite DGs, please, can you come back to this side, please? Yes, thank you very much. May I invite, okay. May I invite Malam Kolele, Director, RMRBC, Dr. Saab, Director, RMRBC, Professor CMI Okoye, former Dean Faculty of Physical Sciences, Professor Rose Osuji, former member, Governing Council, University of Nigeria, to please advance towards the MC for a very important function. EVC, Nasenti, please can you come to us? It is customary in the Nano Research Group of the University of Nigeria that any time we'll have a visitor that presents a keynote in either the first or the second day of the conference, that the person is presented with a plaque. Please, a plaque, can we please all join hands to make this presentation to the representative of the AGC? Open the plate.
Okay. Nano Research Group Award of Excellence presented to Professor Khalil Suleiman Alili, EVC CEO Nasena, in his outstanding leadership in integrated emerging technologies for national development. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes, one of you can go to the other side so that it will be symmetrical. Yes. Sorry, I hope this lightning.
Just cover the project. Okay.
Congratulations to the EVC Naseni.
Yeah.
Yes, that is for the 001 Naseni.
And I promise you that I will not be promoting everything that in that side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very sincerely. Dr. Ezayana, so the representative of the EVC. Yes, as we move now, we're going to take on another scholar, world-class scholar. I hope you will permit me to recognize him as a permanent collaborator of the Nano Research Group of the University of Nigeria. I hope you will also permit me to recognize him as a mentor par excellence to a lot of the members of the Nano Research Group of the University of Nigeria. I am talking of a professor who is an electrochemist, whose research focuses on structure-redox relationship in materials with a view to changing their inherent physico-chemical properties for application in energy storage, energy conversion, and sensors. We are talking of a research professor at the University of Wits in South Africa, where he heads up the BSI NRF circuit chair in materials electrochemistry and materials technology. We are talking of a professor who holds a PhD chemistry in Rhodes University in South Africa, a professor of chemistry that is also an MSc holder in pharmacy, an MSc holder in chemistry, all from the University of Lagos. We are talking of a professor who had his first degree from the Abia State University, Uturu. We are talking of a professor that since 2001 has published close to 300 journal papers, 11 book chapters, edited not less than 3 books, 11 registered patents, 2 of which were from the US. We are talking of a professor with a Google Scholar of 12,824 as at 10 minutes ago. His accolades includes, and I bet you that if you check now, his citation level would have changed because it changes per second. Okay. So we are talking of a professor who is who received the Wits Vice Chancellor's Research Award and CSIR CEO Award. By the way, Professor Ken, who after his training at Rhodes, moved to University of Pretoria, from there to Center for Scientific and Industrial Research in Pretoria, and then from there, after being a chief scientist there, he now migrated to Wits University, where he has been a professor, a research professor, a professor that does mainly research. You will notice that in presenting him, I am struggling not to say the things I should not say, because yours sincerely is also a student of Professor Ken, having been in his lab for and a half. And as Oga at the top, I should be mindful of how I say things before I will be disowned, which will be very costly. Anyway, at that point, I've just been informed that this professor is at the moment making another presentation that he cannot truncate midway to make this one because he has been waiting to make this presentation before now. And on that note, I've been directed to pause his introduction and invite another professor also from South Africa to make presentation now while the professor I've been describing finish what he's doing on the other side and join us to make his own presentation. We are sorry about that, Professor Ken, that time is not exactly what was planned. So may I now bring up Dr. Timothy Oladiran Ajiboye, who obtained a BTech Honors degree in pure and applied chemistry at the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Lautech, Ogbomoso, Nigeria in 2010. Dr. Ajiboye had a Master of Science in Environmental Chemistry and Pollution Control at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. And he has bagged his PhD in the University of Northwest University, Mafikele, South Africa. He enjoyed both Pivotal Club Scholarship and Oyo State Government Scholarship during his undergraduate studies in Nigeria. Also, is a beneficiary of Northwest University and finance bursaries during his PhD studies in Mafikele. He has lectured in some post-secondary institutions while in Nigeria. Timothy had more than 40 published articles in highly reputable peer-reviewed journals. One of his published articles has been cited over 600 times, while another has been downloaded more than 5,000 times. Dr. Timothy currently is having an H index of 21 on Google Scholar with over 2,300 citations. He is a reviewer for several international journals, and he has presented his findings in several national and international conferences. He's a member of Water Institute of South Africa, Royal Society of Chemistry, American Chemical Society, Nigerian Institute of Management. Dr. Timothy Oladiran Ajiboye is also a fellow of the Young African Leadership Initiative, piloted by former USA President Barack Obama. Presently, he is an extraordinary senior lecturer at Northwest University and postdoctoral fellow at the South African University. Colleagues, fellow conferees, may we invite Dr. Timothy Oladiran Ajiboye to share some of his research at the Northwest University. You are welcome, sir.
Good day, everybody. I bring greetings from the University of the Free States in South Africa. A lot of projects are going on in the university, and I'm here to share just one of them. And that's our university there, the University of Free States. The main campus is at Bloemfontein. That's Free States in South Africa. Yeah. The work that I will be sharing today, next slide, is investigation of the potential of bismuth chloride composites as a catalyst for the Bikinelli reaction. And I'm sharing, I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Melody, Professor Pfizer, Professor Erasmus, and Professor Marie Smith. So they all participated in this. And this is the outline of what I will be presenting. Have you ever wondered why some drugs are very expensive, especially antihypertensive drugs? And one of the reasons is because the components that are needed, the raw materials that are needed for synthesizing these drugs are very difficult to make. And I will be talking on one of them, one of the raw materials that are needed for this drug. The reaction. The next slide, please. Bikinelli reaction is a 3 components, 1-pot cyclocondensation between urea or thiourea. No, when we say thiourea, you are just replacing sulfur with oxygen. Diketone or ketoester and heraldia that is used to synthesize 3,4-dihydropyrimidine 2,1-O. So to shorten it, just say DHPMS, so that we not remove our teeth, right? Then the first person to do that was in the year 1891. That's Bikinelli. And this has been studied for years and is still being studied because of the attraction that it offers in organic synthesis. A lot of catalysts, this reaction actually discovered that it cannot happen, or it will take a very long time to happen without catalysts. And the common catalyst that has been used for Bikinelli reaction is HCl, hydrogen chloride. That hydrogen chloride, the problem with it is, number one, after the reaction, to separate the catalyst is a problem. And apart from that, a lot of steps are needed for the catalyst to be recovered. And if it's not separated and you discharge, you are introducing acid into the environment. As a result of this, several works are ongoing on how to carry out this Bikinelli reaction without the use of HCl. Next slide, please. Now, this is the reaction. We have the 3 components. I use color so that you will see where each component is coming. Most cases, they use ethanol as solvents for that particular reaction. Next slide. Now, that reaction, I mean, the DBMS that I'm talking about has been used for several applications. Now, if it is only drug, no, maybe there won't be competition. But it's being used as antiviral agents, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and so on. Even in polymer, in adhesive, they are in high demand. In fabric industry, they are in high demand. So there is need to work on how to synthesize it and produce this in large quantity, and to look at a catalyst that will make it to make us to obtain it faster and in high yield. Next. Several catalysts have been tested, no? Just like I mentioned, they have been using the acid. Then a lot of bismuth compounds have been tested. So the need for us to, the reason why we look at bismuth oxychloride, because bismuth compound, we have used it for several things. Bismuth compound, we have used it to treat plant diseases and so on. So just look at, okay, let's see what will happen to the use of bismuth oxychloride alone. But after several days in the lab, synthesizing bismuth oxychloride and using it to, study the synthesis of, this compound using binary reaction, we discovered that bismuth oxychloride alone cannot work. So we now look at, okay, let's look at the composites of bismuth oxychloride. So we've been able to produce some composites, and one of the composites that work is what I'm presenting here. Let's look at the next slide. So that's the aim. Then the way we monitored whether the reaction is forming and that reaction is working is to use NMR. It means for every stage, you have to take sample, carry out the reaction very close to NMR machine. So as the reaction is progressing, you have to take the sample, run the NMR immediately and see, is there a formation of the methyl and CH group? Because the product, the reactants will not have the CH group. It's the product at the end of the day, we have CH group. Look at how the CH group is forming, and the peak of that CH, the intensity of the CH group, you'll be able to use it to monitor if the reaction is actually taking place or not. Let's move on. Next one. Now, so the catalyst we use is bismuth oxychloride with nickel sulfide, bismuth sulfide. Bismuth sulfide, I've written even a review on bismuth sulfide alone. It has been used for a lot of main applications, which include synthesis of materials. Just think of, how we can incorporate bismuth sulfide and nickel sulfide, which we have been doing, into bismuth oxychloride. That took some time to achieve, but we were able to achieve by using just bismuth nitrate, hydrated bismuth nitrate, nickel chloride, ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid, thiourea, thioacetamide, and ethylene glycol. Thiourea and thioacetamide were introduced to be a sulfur source for that particular reaction. And we set that up for 24 hours inside autoclave at 180 degrees. After that, we're able to separate and filter and carry out some other things, drying and so on. Through that, it was characterized. We did several characterizations, including XRD, SM, EDX, TM, and UVPs, just to understand, to know whether the thing has been formed or not. All right. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. Now, this is the XRD. The XRD, we discovered that it was pure. Those are the things that we're looking for without any impurity. You look at the base of the material. So we were able to index it, and we discovered that those are the materials that were made. All right. So we went further to look at EDX so that we know what are the elements. Exactly the elements needed. We can see iridium there. Iridium was what we used to wet the sample when we were about to carry out the EDX analysis. Then we did the same image, different magnification. I don't want to flood this with images. So we did different magnification of EDX. So we discovered that we have something, I mean, this shape are what we have, even when we magnify. So we add that particular shape. Then I try to look at the FTIR of the sample as well, just to know if there are, species, the particular functional group on the surface of the catalyst. So which I was able to observe that there's OH. That OH is likely to come from adsorbed water on the surface of the sample. Then, now going back to the reaction now. So we try to look at the Bignelli reaction using that catalyst. And the compound, the spectra of the compound, just like I mentioned, we are looking at a peak around 5.3 ppm, another one at around 1.7 ppm. Then we studied that. We also look at the spectra of benzoyl acetone, which is one of the components. One thing is that benzoyl acetone is also having CH3, but we at the end of the day we have to do the NMR of benzoyl acetone and that of the compound, the mixture, so that we'll be able to we'll be sure that the CH3 we are monitoring is not from benzoyl acetone, it's actually from our mixture. So we now study this, the reaction progress. When we started, we quickly rushed at around 10 minutes to check that is there any peak coming up. We didn't see any peak. So like, oh, let's wait. After 30 minutes, we were seeing traces gradually. After 30 minutes, even at 30 minutes, there was nothing. But after 1 hour, we're able to see a peak. And that peak is for that CH3, which when we measure the intensity of that peak, we are seeing it as 104.6. So we move after 1.5 hours, we discover that it's now 243.7. Then after 2 hours, 447.7. So then we saw no, it means the pristine bismuth oxychloride cannot be a catalyst for this reaction. But if you are able to form a composite of bismuth oxychloride, it can be a catalyst for that particular reaction. So after that, we try another composite of bismuth oxychloride that still work. So though I'm not presenting that one here. So that one also work. So we now discover that if we are able to composite it, it can be a catalyst for Bignelli reaction. So we are about to publish this work. It's about to be published work. And we now check, just like I mentioned, when we have the reaction mixture, we try to look at it, the products with ordinary benzoyl acetone reaction. And we discover that the peak that we are seeing is actually from the mixture after the formation. It's not from that benzoyl acetone, because benzoyl acetone is also having CH3. So we look at where that CH3 is coming from. We're able to identify the CH3 that is coming from benzoyl acetone and differentiated it from the one that's coming from our product. Now, the first one we did, we used ordinary urea, to carry out the reaction. Now, say, okay, let's see. If it's not urea, if it's thiourea, are we obtaining the same thing? Thiourea just means we are taking oxygen from the urea and replacing it with sulfur. So we try to do that as well. We carried out both carbon-13 NMR and proton NMR. Also, we try to do some two-dimensional NMR as well to validate that. And we discovered that even whether you use ordinary urea or you use thiourea, in as much as you are compositing bismuth or zinc chloride, it will still be a good catalyst for that particular reaction. Which means we don't need to worry ourselves pouring hydrochloric acid as a catalyst. This one is very important because at the end of the reaction, this particular reaction, you don't need to throw away your catalyst. So if you are using that catalyst is a solid, you can use over and over and over again, and you can, if it's the catalytic activity is dropping, there is a way you can use through hot steam. You can remove anything that is blocking it and continue to use again, which will be useful in the industry. In essence, the novel bismuth oxychloride based catalyst, because that's the first time it's been made, if you have checked literature, no one has made that composite before. So it's a catalyst for big early reaction, and that catalyst show potential in catalyzing the reaction for both urea, whether you are using urea in beginner reaction or you are using thiourea in beginner reaction. And we are now looking at, okay, optimization. How can we scale it up? The future optimization of the reaction. Then the recyclability of the catalyst. So we are working on that. I'm also encouraging us, we can go into this so that we also look at what are the reactions, what are the catalysts that can be used to power this particular reaction. Because a lot of industry are using this and it's very expensive. So if you're able to get it, it will drop and you see effects. Because what I told you that I mentioned earlier, is one of the components they use to make anti-hypertensive drug. And if we are able to get it, the price of that thing can drop. Thank you. God bless you. So these are the references. And I have to acknowledge Professor Faisal, Dr. Bonnet, Professor Mariki. The inorganic and organic labs are people that we are working together, the University of Free State and Nano Group of UNN for inviting us. Thank you.
Please, can we appreciate Doc again? You will agree with me, of course, this is the last presentation before break. You will agree with me that for the first time since we started, those of us who are chemists started nodding our heads left, right, and center, because this is where you see chemical reactions, properties determined is immediately. This is one, let me make this comment. This is one of the things that we lack over here. If it were here, after running that reaction for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, probably 45 minutes, it will be truncated at that point. And then you collect your samples and send these samples to X, Y, Z places. At the moment, there is no NMR facility around here. So you send it to X, Y, Z places. It will take a month or 2 or 3. You will get the results. You are not seeing any peak that is associated with what you are thinking. And the conclusion at that point will be that this reaction cannot work. But you can see that in what they did, you are doing a reaction, you are running a reaction, and you are collecting your samples at intervals, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and quickly transferring this to the NMR facility system, where it starts giving you what the type of things, okay, is it working? By the time you finish with that NMR, it has got to another point to go sample. Take the sample, does that. Before you know it, the result starts getting shape. And at the end of the day, a reaction that we can run here for a year or 2 will be done in less than maybe 72 hours with the near online real-time arrangement that is there. This is one of the major reasons why the Nano Research Group of this university cannot stop collaborating with laboratories, according to Professor Michael Sliger of Mathematics, behind closed doors and beyond OP. Thank you very much. Please, questions, comments, further comments and questions for Dr. Nebwe. By the way, in his citation, which I read earlier, I said a lot of things about the Northwest University, Mafikeng campus of Mafikeng, and then he talked about the University of Free State here. It is because he is in Mafikeng, Northwest University out there, but then he is doing a postdoc at the University of Free State, somewhere down there. So there's no confusion at all. This work is the work that he did at the University of Free State, as opposed to a lot of things that he has been doing and is still doing at the Northwest University in Mafikeng. So please, any question, comment? Question, comment? I noticed that our students only participate by listening. They don't participate by asking questions. Our PhD, MSc students that fill the hall, it is by asking questions that you learn. Sometimes you might think that the question you want to ask is might expose your ignorance in quote, without knowing that you are going to put the scholar on his toes. Like the questions that was asked by the young lady here to the professor from Brazil, the professor started thinking out of the box immediately because apparently they've not thought in the real direction that she mentioned. Just like Professor Justus, the question he asked Professor Obodo yesterday also brought up something because research does not have an end. By somebody else's work, you'll find the knowledge gap, which will lead to another research. So the students here, please, you should exercise the right you have to ask questions to learn, especially what you have not done before. Okay, in the absence of any question, we will proceed on break. Professor Fabian. Okay, thank you very much again. Please, may we appreciate Dr. Abigoda. Professor Fabian, this is time for break.
Break was for them.
Okay, before then, yes. Please, I have been asked to let us know that for the break, just like yesterday, we should be seated. They are going to serve us in our seats, and after which we will continue the presentation, especially with from one of our collaborators in the U.S. Army. We'll discuss a few things with respect to work we are doing together with them during after break. So we'll be seated. Let us take this time to talk to the next person, talk to the next person, talk to the next person. Because this conference is a conference where we'll talk to the next person. And you never can tell, especially for the students and young academics here, it always yields major dividends. Thank you very much as we go on break. The break will last for only 15 minutes and we'll continue with the program. Thank you very much.
That
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you managed the food. The team leader, Professor Alexander, asked me to, on his behalf, declare the break close so that we go back to business. It's planned that we will meet much earlier than we did yesterday. So please, can we go back to business? At this material time, we are supposed to have from one of our major collaborators from the US. We are supposed to have a presentation from one of our major collaborators from US, Dr. Elizabeth Lizzie King-Jones, who is a program manager DEFCON Army Research Laboratory, the US. What we know as collaborators with Dr. King-Jones is that he is a biogeochemistry program manager of the US Army Combat Capabilities Development Command, that is DEFCON, Army Research Laboratory, Army Research Office in the US. Of course, for her to get to that level, she did her studies in marine sciences from Boston University and her PhD in Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences from Oregon State University, where he focused on the molybdenum isotope system as a Polaredox tracer to better understand the global oxygen cycle throughout Earth's history. Our most recent projects involve developing analytical techniques to measure the isotopic fingerprints of molybdenum, iron, and barium to track and mitigate containment release into coastal environments as a function of sea level rise. It was only in 2019, about 6 years ago, that she joined the Biological and Biotechnology Sciences branch of Army Research Office as the biogeochemistry program manager. Can we have our slides? Yes. We have just been informed that due to some technical glitches, that Dr. Lizzie King-Jones will not be presenting the slides. ICT, can it come up? We have just been informed barely a few minutes ago that she will not be presenting the slides, but that she has approved that will just show the slides. And in showing the slides, we will not just show it by virtue of just scrolling down the slides, but from what we know, since it's not showing properly here. From what we know, since we started collaborating with the US Army, we'll be able to speak to that slide. It's okay, let's see. So this is the US Army Combat Capabilities Development Command Army Research Laboratories, where Dr. Izzy Donald works. Next slide. Okay. And she is in the Army Research Office Biogeochemistry. And their program vision is to enable unprecedented detection, prediction, manipulation, and mitigation strategies in environmental matrices, in which the army of the future must be prepared to operate. Thinking forward, looking forward, not looking at army of today, but army of the future, where it will go beyond just the things that we know now, but with a lot of inventions coming up here and there, including the ones Professor Justice mentioned yesterday, the AI and others, that they are looking at how it will be in time to come, to the extent that that there will be not just enabled detection, but unprecedented detection, prediction, manipulation, and mitigation strategies in the many of the complex environmental matrices that army of tomorrow will be operating. And the research focus of Dr. Dunan and the lab where she works is around reaction pathways and kinetics, where they'll be looking at understanding where enablement will be there for precise control at macro scale processes, impact macro scale urban and extreme complex environments. They are also looking at sensing and forensics, where novel fingerprinting identification techniques will be involved, where there will be integrated computational methods, like Justice mentioned yesterday, and where there will be accurate predictions for complex systems. They are also looking at a few things around their current research highlights: information, evolution, and ecological succession of environmental themes. They are also looking at blowflies as environmental chemical agent sensors. You will recall that not quite long ago, we started seeing birds in quotes that are flying. We started seeing spiders that are crawling. And when in the actual fact, these are not birds, these are not spiders, these are mainly unmanned vehicles that are used for surveillance and so on. So this is where they are using blowflies like the one looks like a fly we are sighting on that tree there, where such entities can be enabled to assist in detection, while if somebody is waiting for XYZ, the military officers that will be in XYZ places, flies can be flying around without you knowing that those flies are actually enabled to help them to access whatever information that they're looking for. They're looking ahead for them. They are looking at a concept they termed Fugger alphabet, where they will be deciphering the hidden language of fungal network for environmental intelligence. Again, similar to what they are doing at the moment, where they are using blowflies as environmental chemical agent sensors. There's this question in the next slide of what DEFCON ARO is. Next. Next. Sorry, I forgotten that you enabled me from this side. So what is DEFCON ARO DCLRO. Like I said before, DEFCON is the U.S. Army Combatant Capabilities Development Command, Army Research Laboratory, Army Research Office. And what is DEFCON ARO? A competent of, next slide. A competent of the Army Research Laboratory, the Army Research Office contributes to Army modernization by focusing on basic scientific research. And their mission is to build the future in which they are looking at creating a direct scientific discoveries for revolutionary new Army capabilities. Number two, they are looking at solving existing problems where those problems that will be solved will drive science to develop solutions to existing Army technology needs. Their other mission is to accelerate, in which they are looking at accelerating the transition of basic research, the type that the Nano Research Group of the University of Nigeria did with them a few years ago, which, like I've said in many fora, the proposal was sent around here, and our system did not think that it's a fundable project, and the U.S. Army funded that project for the Nano Research Group of the University of Nigeria, leading to their acquiring one or two pieces of equipment. The fourth mission of Army Research Office is to educate and train future Army scientific workforce, while their fifth mission is woven around the preparation, creating technological superiority for U.S. forces and prevent adversary technological surprises. I wouldn't want to delve too much into that, but for what has been happening around the world, it is a bit clear that the United States of America Army is working critically towards avoiding such surprises like the one of 9/11. So the Army Research Office connects the Army to extramural research involving biological and biotechnology sciences, humans and complex systems, weapon sciences, sciences for extreme materials, network, cyber and computational sciences, military information sciences, terminal affairs, mechanical sciences, energy sciences, and photonics, electronics, and quantum sciences, as well as electromagnetic spectrum sciences involving the Army. But then you see in that picture there, the type of movement where the Army talks to the Army Research Office program managers, the Army Research Office program managers, where Dr. Dunan is a program manager, talks to us, the university, and talks to the industry scientists. They also talk to the engineers representing all of us here. And then whatever is the outcome of the discussion between the Army Research Office program managers area and all of us here, it's not transmitted back to the Army directly, but it's transmitted back to the Army Research Office program manager, who will look at what we have done on the basis of the funding that was provided to us to work, and then see the immediate takeoffs from them, and then revert back to, that is the next arrow, back to the Army. So the Army Research Office is the Army's primary face to the academic scientific community. That research office will have a similar institution in Nigeria, that is Defense Industry Corporation, that is located in Kaduna. That DIC group had been here. They were here sometime in 2021 to look at what we are doing at the University of Nigeria. Went to see up to 3 or 4 different laboratories. Came back to, on their exit, met our Vice Chancellor, said a lot of wonderful things, including the fact that what they saw, just like the DG of raw materials yesterday, including the fact that informing the Vice Chancellor that what they saw, that they were overwhelmed from that little place, what the scientists there were doing. And promised to get back to the university within the next 3 months, because there was a proposal that was given to them from that lab of the use of graphene in relation to bullets that will be associated with major military jobs. But Nigeria happened to that. In the case of US Army, America doesn't happen to it. Things work, which was why they saw what we are doing from afar and made that provision of funding for us to do research within that lab. So this Army Research Office is that primary face to the academic as well as the scientific community. And the program managers are subject matter experts who have funding authority. Like I said, this is not just theory, because it has happened practically here with the Nano Research Group of the University of Nigeria. So the work of the Army Research Office with basic scientific research drives towards the Army's far future capabilities. When the US Army is talking about future capabilities, they are looking at what will happen, not tomorrow and next tomorrow, no. What will happen in the next 20, 30, 40 years and beyond. So there are 42 science programs within the Army Research Office. Programs are organized into 11 branches with Army Research Laboratories competencies underlying 100% of the research programs. These programs that are arranged in 11 different branches, which by the time we read through that, we'll understand that there is none of us here, that the program being done by Army Research Office and being headed by Dr. Dunham would not in one way or the other affect what we are doing or get directly linked to what we are doing. You have the photonics, electronics, and quantum sciences, which is where Professor Justus and the students are operating extensively, where electronic sensing, atomic and molecular physics, quantum information science, modern optics, solid state physics, and quantum computing are the major areas. In the mechanical sciences, you have the earth materials and processes, you have the complex dynamics and systems. While in biological and biotechnology sciences, you have microbiology, genetics, biochemistry, biogeochemistry, synthetic biology center, Institute for Collaborative Biotechnologies. In terminal effects, they talk about solid mechanics and mechanical behavior of materials. While in military information sciences, the ICT is involved, where knowledge systems, multi-agent network control, advanced learning, intelligent cyber systems, information and processing and fusion, modeling of complex systems, Institute for Creative Technologies are the various groups that work there. In the weapon sciences, fluid dynamics, the engineers here, fluid dynamics is involved, and the energetics basic research center are also part of what they have. In the network, cyber, and computational sciences, information assurance, computer architecture and visualization, wireless and hybrid computer networks, and computational mathematics are involved. While in energy sciences, software electronics, electrochemistry, Institute for Soldier Nanotechnologies are part of the competencies that are involved. Again, you have humans in complex systems, where biotronics, neurophysiology of cognition, social and cognitive networks, and biomathematics are the major competencies. In sciences of extreme materials, materials design, synthesis and processing of materials, polymer chemistry, reaction chemical systems are part of the competencies. While in electronic spectrum sciences, you have the solid state electronics and electromagnetics, physical properties of materials, RF Electronics Center, as part of the competencies. Now, according to Dr. Duna, these 42 science programs within the Army Research Office as represented, and she quietly zoomed in on biogeochemistry, which is the area she operates. There is a little emphasis she made here. She said, don't be afraid to pitch out of the box ideas. Each program invests in science relevant to a range of competencies, just like the group in UNN here did. And they are the best for it because they benefited immensely after submitting their output. So Army and other broad agency announcements exist. It is in one of these announcements that our group here applied and got the funding to do some work for the military. And because the work involved are mainly high-tech type of works, and the results are supposed to be completely incontrovertible in any way, you have huge fundings for most of the research they do. For instance, in the single investigator announcement, where you have single laboratory projects, not interlaboratory projects, you have about $150,000 US per year for 3 to 4 years on average. And when we are doing research work with $150,000 per year, it means that the funder is actually looking for big results. And if you have such funding, nothing will stop you from generating big results. You also have some other funding where you have up to $250,000 in the small business innovative research, where you have up to $250,000 worth of work to do. And of course, the deliverables will be there to justify provision of such a huge amount of money. So you have here connecting with DEFCON, Army Research Laboratory, and ARROW. There is a red circle there. That what is written in that red circle is collaborate with us. And what it means is that ARL, Army Research Laboratory, Army Research Office, is not a secretive, if one will want to put it in that manner, type of entity. They want you, they want me to work with them. And the evidence is clear, because if we down here are work with them, you can also work with them. And the collaboration has been there since that time. And they have participated in this conference that we're having today since that time. And that is a very big one. If not for the changes in their system, the type of changes we also have in our system, most likely she would have been here with us to say these things herself clearly. But for the fact that we have tested and seen that what ARO is saying is correct, we can say it without any fear of any contradiction, without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. So in their proposal processes, it moves naturally like every other one, from idea to post award. The idea creation, where people reach them either via email or via telephone, and they present their research menus, there will be discussions. From there to proposal submission, where the proposal is submitted and proposal is analyzed by the project manager and other persons involved. At the end of analysis of the proposals, some of them are selected for award. And then when the award is given, it is now expected that the scholars will do the work and send in the deliverables. There is a little reward that she wants us to look at. The program managers may have different processes for how they handle idea curation. For Donan, she recommends reaching out to the program manager first with an email introduction, which was how Professor Fabian reached out to them that led to the collaboration that has been on till today. There are critical questions to consider when pitching ideas. Is it basic research? Is it hard? Why you? And why must it be now? So what? Who cares about what you are going to get from that research? Where is the risk? In the procurement of XYZ, in learning of the reactions in characterization? And what will it take for it to be done? And when it gets to what will it take, they are looking at resources. Resources here includes time, money, infrastructure, personnel, the partnerships that will be involved to pursue the research. There are other tips that the group will ask for permission from her after this presentation for us to circulate, if not everything, at least this part that involves how you can collaborate, we can collaborate with them. There are other tips and tricks. Primary Research Office, always. And don't tell the Army how to solve its problems. Instead, offer enabling research that could help the Army implement solutions. Military is military everywhere in the world. You can't, here in Nigeria, we'll talk about obey the last order. And that order, once it comes from a superior, that order must be obeyed. So for the Army, for the military, virtually everywhere, you are persuasive while dealing with them. You don't walk up to them to prove anything. You are persuasive about what could be done, and which is how our guy at the top here persuasively got to this collaboration that has been ongoing till today. Well, because people are very busy everywhere, including you, including me, because we are busy in our respective endeavors, what it means is that sometimes we can miss reading a certain email. Sometimes the email can enter into the spam inbox, where most times, because of your and our various busy schedules, you delete everything in the inbox. In that spam area, without bothering to read everything, because most of the mails going into spam are barely not welcome mails. Sometimes it can be that somebody has seen that there are 3,500 unread mails, and he will mark with effect from 1st of July, every mails will now be read. And maybe my mail, your mail would have got to that office on the 30th of June. So that mail will not be read. So on the basis of this, if at any time the response is taking too long, send another email. For those of you or those of us that are Christians here, it may also exist in other religions, but I may not be able to pick it up immediately. Of stories of people that we are asking for something, including a woman going to grab him, including persons that unless you lay your hands on me, I will never let you go, and all those. That's what that bullet point is talking about. If the response doesn't come as fast as suspected, please send another email to the Army Research Office. By the time your emails are coming, it can come in a day that the program manager is free to peruse through a few more things than she or he has been doing in the past, and your email will be read. And once your email is read, you definitely will expect a response. From the experience, Professor Fabian had in contacting them, the response can just be a single word. The response can be one single sentence of not more than 8 words. But whether it's a simple word or 8 words, that response will tell you the next thing to do, including we will get back to you. That is on its own a response. So, and then while writing, remember that when a letter is removed from a word, it can mean what you don't mean. So while writing, it's important to them, it is important to write, check what you have written, check it again, proofread it, whether in the email or in the proposal you are sending to them, to be sure that somebody doesn't read what you don't mean. And then, of course, the other tips include the fact that proposals are evaluated by between 4 to 5 peer reviewers, out of which 3 to 4 of them must be people who are in active research in the academia. And technical portion of the proposal ranges from between 15 to 20 pages. A chance to really explain what you are doing is given, but in explaining what you are doing, Dr. Donan is making it clear to us that we should avoid buzzwords, making it look clearly artificial, even when you mean what you are saying. And that we should link to current work, if possible, to demonstrate the possibility of doing what we are claiming that we can do. And then it is not just big grammar, but this is science, engineering, and technology. Science, engineering, and technology is laced with terminologies associated with each area of research. So it is not a case of big grammar where we can get people in the faculties around here to help us speak one half sentence of science and 15 sentences of prose. Nobody, according to Donna, has time for that. And then technical details very important. At what, for instance, one of the presenters presented a work where she mentioned the professor from Brazil, high temperature, high pressure, at what temperature would the reaction be running, at what pressure, and what are the conditions that must be there for the reactions to run or for whatever you are making to happen. When we do all this, Dunan made it clear to us that these technical details will form part of the most important things to be considered while selecting a particular research for funding. And for the Army Research Laboratory and the Army Research Office of the United States of America, these are some of the things that when we do while applying for funding for a particular research from them, what it means is that we will at the end, we may at the end be able to get our research funded. And one thing good about the funding that Dunan's office gave, which we are beneficiaries, is that when there are parts of the work that you are going to do in your laboratory and you don't have all the facilities to do it, there is aspect of their funding that speaks to buying some basic equipment. That is why the first electrochemistry facility we have here, the Princeton potential start, was part of what we are talking about. And Professor will also talk about the spin coater XYZ facilities that came as a result of the work they funded. Because if they must fund it, Dunan had mentioned that before in our conference 2 years ago. If they must fund it so properly that you will not have any excuse not to give the deliverables at the end of the day. So with that, I tell you that Dr. Dunan, Lizzie, has given us some basic information of what we need to collaborate with them in the Army Research Office of the Army Research Laboratories of the United States of America. The rest are the things we can figure out, as it is said, that the test of the pudding is in the eating. Thank you very much for listening. These are some of the fundings that going on there in some amount of millions, from 12.2 million to 86.5 million. Funding available to take care of research that people are doing. These are some of their outreach programs which they have. And so that is all about that presentation that Dr. Lizzie Dunan would have given us. Thank you very much. Yes, Mama Nano, please can somebody quickly, okay, oh. Mama Nano is has been part of it from the time Imo River, as we said.
We thank you, our able dean, Faculty of Physical Sciences, Professor Paul Ishikebe. Have represented her very well. Just look at it, it were coming from you. We thank you. And my request is that this should be made available to all participants, especially to teachers.
Thank you very much, Mama Nano. Yes, like I said earlier, that some sections we will seek for her permission. You know, in general, everywhere in the world, the military, there's a way they code their information. And for you to circulate anything as coming from them, you must also have their permission to circulate. That was why I mentioned some time ago that those places where we have the grants that are available for assessment, that we will seek for permission to make that available in our email, because we registered for this process. And we'll send all the information around that to everybody here. If she also gives us the permission to circulate the entire thing that she presented today, we will not hesitate to circulate that to everybody. But what I am nearly certain about is that all the aspects concerning how to access funding from the US Army should give us permission to circulate to everybody. Thank you very much. Okay, I think on that note, Professor Fabian had informed me that we are having our last presentation that will come from a collaborator or from Singapore, from the National University of Singapore and Taos Park Energy Private Limited in Singapore. He's already out there waiting for us to invite him to make his presentation. And I will very briefly introduce him before he goes on. Yes, we have a very short note on Dr. Rayarapo Prasado Rao, who had his PhD from Madison in 2006, IIT Madrid, currently working in NRF in Singapore. He is a senior research fellow at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, National University of Singapore, and program coordinator at the CMET, India. His research interests in development of solid electrolytes for rechargeable batteries to understand the fundamental correlation between structure and properties using both experimental and atomistic simulations. He is the chairman. By the way, I will say this one so that we understand this one more clearly. Now we are having an expert who is not just a researcher, but who is the chairman of a startup company that is making battery. More details about Professor Rao will be circulated. Meanwhile, let us invite him to present his paper on progress of solid electrolytes towards commercialization. Professor Rao, please take it off from there. May we appreciate him.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay. Thanks. I think you can see my screen.
Yes, the slide is very visible, clear.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Professor Fabian, for inviting me to give a talk at this very great conference. Sorry, I could not come in person there because of other engagements over here. Thanks to the previous speaker for bringing a kind of introduction to bring a bridging between academic research, which is happening in the laboratory, and bringing to the industry, and which can help the society in terms of enhancing the capabilities and giving a better social life. That is a really good introduction. So where we also did a similar kind of experiment, like bringing materials from a research laboratory to an industry, and giving to the society whatever the knowledge that we have gained over the period in the laboratory. So that introduction, would like to talk on the progress of solid electrolytes and how they are commercialized. And particularly, I try to look at the lithium sulfur battery technology, how we came up and what are the different approaches we have taken, and how did we move forward in commercializing the sector, and what are the different applications we have taken, and why did we have considered such applications. As we know, it is difficult for us to imagine a day without a battery. All of us carrying batteries in the form of phones, laptops, and other appliances, and the society is moving towards more electrification, irrespective of the political issues which are happening for the last one plus 2 months. But inevitably, people have to move to their own energy source, and without depending on the other appliances. So we need to have a source which we can energize ourselves, and we can energize our vehicles, our appliances. All these are required as a developed society. That is what the people are looking for, and we have to move towards such an option. And if in such a situation, battery is inevitable. We need to have an energy storage. If we have a solar system, yes, it runs. but it is not continuous, you know that one. And we need to store energy when there is no sun, when there is no wind, or there is no other alternatives. We need to store them in order to continuously power our systems which we are in. In that system, that number of companies which are working in the world, you can see on the roadmap, and the people are looking to enhance the energy that can be stored in a pack. That is in terms of energy density, in terms of reducing the weight, in terms of reducing the size of the battery, and try to pack more and more energy. That these you can see a prominent companies which are working in the world, and towards commercialization and looking towards the gigawatt scale in this system. For those people who are new to the battery, a battery is a system where the electrons will be shuttling in the outer surface, but the ions will be moving inside the in between cathode and anode while charging and discharging, which is because of the electrochemical energy, and then the electrochemical equations, and try to make it equilibrium. That makes the difference in the potential, and giving to a certain energy that you can calculate as a commercial lithium ion battery. You can see an equation where the energy can be about 270 milliampere per gram. This is the a typical energy, a theoretical energy. One can have it, but practically there are so many impediments which reduces the energy density, or even the energy that we cannot realize up to this one, unless this is an ideal case. And there are number of chemistries available in the market, and starting from lead acid batteries, you can see the theoretical energy density for lead acid battery is about 171 watt hour per kg, but practically we can see only about 55 watt hour per kg, which is far less than the reality. A similar situation happens to all these systems. It's always a challenge to bring it to the theoretical value, and out of all of them, you can see lithium sulfur. If you see the lithium ion batteries, which are at this present, we can realize only about 150 to 200 watt hour per kg in a practical situation. And in terms of the lithium sulfur, the people are working, but still the energy density is about 250 watt hour per kg, but still it is about two folds higher when compared with the lithium ion battery. But still it is not enough, and theoretically it is 5 times higher energy density. So that is the catching point for us, where we can use it, take this technology and move forward to make more higher density that makes a lighter battery as much as possible, so that we can utilize in these batteries. Before I go to more into the lithium sulfur batteries, just I want to put a light onto the anode side. So you can see the number of anodes available in the market, starting from the carbon and the graphite, which most of the commercial ion batteries, and people can use the lithium as anode, as the lithium metal batteries are available in the market, and the people are working on a silicon, tin, and different combinations are being used. And one of the highly hot topic at this stage is on the silicon. Why? Because of the energy density. You can see the highest possible energy density, or the specific energy that can be derived from the silicon-based compounds. So if you are working on kind of silicon-based activities, you can, if you are working on anode space, you can look into such materials. There you can get in the better option to enhance the energy density of your battery, so that the battery becomes as lighter as possible. Of course, there are a number of challenges in this also. always challenges give opportunities for us. So that is where we have to look into. If a challenge is there, that means we are looking for an opportunity that is creating opportunity for us. That is the way we have to look into. And in addition to that one, the people are looking at the all solid state battery technologies, and you can see how the energy density is changing when we change from the graphite to metal anode and all solid state battery. It is inevitable. All solid state battery is going to be higher energy density, and it is going to be the best one among the lithium ion batteries. So, but still, the energy density cannot be more than 400 watt hour per kg. As you see, the equations already there, and it indicates the theoretical energy density cannot cross more than 400 watt hour per kg. That means practically also we cannot cross that particular values. And then there are a number of silicon-based companies working in the world. You can see them if you're interested. You can talk with such people and try to collaborate with them and move forward and try to find solutions. Then now I'm coming to the lithium sulfur battery. Lithium sulfur battery as a background is well known from 1960s onwards. But the problem with this one is like the polysulfide, which is forming in the electrolyte, which is dissolving and leading to a dissolution of the polysulfide, leading to the formation of the interface surface, which becomes an insulator and leading to the death of the battery. That means the number of cycles that charging and discharging becomes quite less. So that is where it comes. And when it comes to about 2010, about the people started looking the solution for this towards the solid state battery. And that is where we came up with, and we come up with a solution to solve this problem. And we introduced our battery into the market, and we are working on that one. And looking at the other terms, like yes, you have a kind of energy density, higher energy density, and then how about the sustainability? How about the availability of these materials? How about if a country in the world wanted to become an independent of other country to make this energy sources to store their energy at their self, is it possible? What should be such a technology? Yes, oxygen, lithium oxygen is a technology, but still lithium oxygen is far from the reality, and a lot of research is going on that side. But what is alternative sources at this stage is sulfur. As you can see, every continent has a sulfur, abundant sulfur in the world, and you can have a sulfur wherever there is an oil refinery. You can have sulfur in that place. So that is where all countries can accommodate, can make such a batteries that can be useful for their own use within the country and store the energy. And then I try to go towards the solid state and try to talk more about the solid state, solid electrolytes. As a whole, any electrolyte in a system, the function of this electrolyte has to be the ionic conductivity of the electrolyte has to be of the order of 10 power minus 2 Siemens per centimeter at room temperature, and they should be electrochemically and thermally stable up to 500 degrees centigrade, and they have to be mechanically strong. So these are the properties that an electrolyte should have, and the solid electrolyte is capable of such an options. Like within solid electrolytes, we have different options like inorganic compounds, which have a conductivity of the order of -2, -3 Siemens per centimeter, like argodides and sulfides, LGPS, and oxides, oxide-based LAGP, all kind of solid electrolytes which are inorganic, can give a higher ionic conductivity, but they have their own problems at the interface. At the time, polymers are quite flexible, and they're not brittle, and we can have a very strong mechanical stability using a polymer. But the problem with this polymers is the conductivity is of the order of 10 power minus 4 minus 5 Siemens per centimeter at room temperature, which is not enough to accommodate a battery with high energy or high power applications. And then if we can bring these two up, the advantages of high energy, high conductivity, and the mechanical stability, bringing in a composite electrolyte, which is giving of conductivity of the order of 10 power minus 3 Siemens per centimeter. That is where we worked on. That is where we started working on. Looking at the lithium sulfur battery, what are all the merits and demerits looking for? This is the sulfur as it is, so it has a very high energy can be stored in, but the problem is that has a low amount of electronic conductivity. Sulfur, the possibility of oxidation and reduction of sulfur as it is quite difficult. So we should be able to expand it. We should be able to enhance the electronic conductivity of this material. At the same time, the sulfur lead to the volume expansions while charging and discharging. This is another problem which people were struggling to overcome this problem. In spite of low cost because of the high abundance of this material, and these materials are environmentally benign. So if this battery dies at one stage, it is not going to create any kind of environmental effect. That I will show you later, how much energy, how much is CO2 emission reduces by changing to the lithium sulfur battery in place of a lithium ion battery. So the applications wise, you can see these applications are enormous, but the initial applications coming from for these batteries are mostly for mobile applications and light vehicle applications, and where the energy density really matters. That is, for example, if you want to have a drone battery has to be as light as possible so that the drone can carry more payloads. And this is the application where we need. And for example, your mobile phone, we don't want to charge your phone very frequently, and you want to charge and reduce the charging of your phone. There it needs your phone has to be with lithium sulfur. Instead of charging once in a day, you can charge in once in 3 days or 5 days. That makes really good for you. And the later applications will lead to the other heavy applications like heavy duty trucks, mobile EVs, and might be going towards aeroplanes in future. But at this stage, the niche application for these lithium sulfur batteries are these portable and the small applications. As I said, that the lithium sulfur, in the lithium sulfur, you have shuttling of the lithium between the cathode and metallic lithium. And we are using a solid electrolyte at this stage, as you can see that I'll talk more about it later. So the energy, the specific capacity of this battery is about 1675 milliampere per gram. So the voltage range for this one is in between. We need to work between about 1.7 to 2.7 or 2.8, so that we don't make our battery at the cathode fully towards the sulfur. On the other side, we don't want to go for fully insulated lithium sulfide. So that is where we are. We have to play in between, and where the possibility of polysulfide happens, and there we need to fine tune our battery system to work in this particular voltage range, which is not difficult at this stage for them. And then when we look at the cathode side, this cathode has higher energy density, as I was telling, and we should be able to fine tune this sulfur along with, to enhance the electronic conductivity and to make it more abundant, more available for the lithium to react with, and that is where, and at the same time, the cathode, any kind of material that we are adding to this cathode, it should be able to accommodate and the buffering of the volume expansion of the lithium of the sulfur, so that it will not create any problem. And there are a few strategies or approaches that people used in the previous studies. Like, you can see that when the sulfur is lithiated and when it expands, and when it delithiates and it contracts. So when it is contracting, then the cracks will form, and that leads to the opening of the sulfur and leading to the insulating behavior. That leads to the reduction of the Coulombic efficiency, and that is the death of the battery. So to accommodate this problem, there were yolk shell type of morphology. The people worked on either with the TiO2, and say some people worked with the SiO2. Just I'm giving as one example for this. Bringing in the electronic conductivity and enhancing the performance of the lithium sulfur battery, that you can see that this is showing about 1,000 plus cycles using the core shell, and which is far beyond the number of cycles when compared with the other ones. But still it is not satisfied with, and we need to have a better energy, and we need to have a better cyclability. That is what we are looking for. And then we have the another approach that the people tried is try to make the nanotubes, and then use the nanotubes for helping the nanofibers, for helping the electronic conductivity, and to create the transport pathways, so that the lithium can move better and can become more stable cathode materials. And some people try to sandwich between the carbon nanotubes. They have taken lithium sulfur and sandwiched, and at the same time, people struggle with increasing the of the sulfur loading. Sulfur loading is another problem people struggle with, and we need to. The people were working, and we solve those problems in our company. But I am talking more on the electrolyte, since that, as I said, that when we a polymer which is mechanically robust and flexible. At the same time, the ceramic, it comes with a good electronic conductivity, good ionic conductivity. So if we have a shuffles of this one and wrapping up the ceramic with the polymer to a certain extent, and leading to the possibility of the mobility of the ions, that you can see the migration pathways on the top, how the migration is taking place when we have sorry, I try to take a pointer here. Can't see here. Okay. Leave it. Okay. So when we try to take the transport pathways, it should not become any kind of impediment, but at the same time, it should help in enhancing the stability of the material, and it should lead to the better safety, and it should be mechanically stable and electrochemically stable. So we came up with this approach of the ceramic in polymer. That is where we worked in. One example I'm giving is based on the oxide compound that is with lithium tantalum phosphate, which is quite stable against the lithium metal, and and it has a conductivity of the order of 10 power minus 3 Siemens per centimeter. So it's an example we started with. This we studied and we satisfied that this is a good conducting material as lithium ion and is electronically insulating and ionically conducting. And then we brought in the polymers. We start with the monomer, and then we polymerize them, and then make them onto the surface of the onto the surface of the ceramic material. But before going to make such things, and we need to do real analysis of the structure of the compounds, which we do for all the compounds. Is one of the examples where we do ritual refinement and try to see the single phase formation of our compound after the preparation, and we try to see the transport pathways using our built-in bond valence approach, and see how the transport pathways is happening, how the lithium ion will take transport in this particular solid electrolyte. And we do the same thing for the polymer in ceramic, and ceramic in polymer compounds also. But since it becomes too lengthy, so I don't want to give. If you're really interested, you can contact me later. And we do the impedance analysis and try to see how the conductivity of this material. So as it's a solid electrolyte, the conductivity is of the order of 2.2 millisiemens per centimeter, which is at room temperature. We could see, and then we could see SEM and see how how dense the material is, and how well connected the particles are, how the conductivity will not be influenced by any kind of voids in this compound. And we use an example which is a bit old result, but I can show it. So when we have this compound, we bringing the ceramic and bringing the polymer, we could have the ionic conductivity, which is enhanced up to order of 10 power minus 3 Siemens per centimeter. But you can see on the top figure, you see the thickness of the polymer is about 42 micron, which is 420 micron, which is quite thick. So we need to further reduce this compound. That's what we try to see. But still, by using the same material, we try to see that the lithium sulfur battery we assemble, and try to see the cyclic voltammetry, and you can see the oxidation and reduction peaks happening for this compound. And then after first cycling, you can see quite stable performance of this battery, which is a solid all solid state lithium sulfur battery. And another example where we wanted to, as I said, that the thickness of the membrane is quite big, and we wanted to further enhance the conductivity. And what is the next solution for us is we have to go for sulfur-based solid electrolyte. We did a lot of studies. You can see our reports in the previous from 2007 onwards. We are the first people who reported on these compounds, and we further continued on these compounds, and argodite is one of the best compound, and particularly when we have a halide, which gives the best ionic conductivity. And at the same time, when we are working in this compound, the scalability, how far we can scale it up, is another issue that we have to see. So this compound, which we have done thermodynamical analysis using our simulations, and then how fast it reacts with the moisture. We did those calculations. Must have shown in my previous presentations, but here I'm not showing due to the paucity of time. But this is a compound which we prepared using solid state, mechano-solid state reactions, and we could able to get the compound with one micron size of the particle using this one. And then we prepared this material by combining polar and non-polar binders. And this is a new approach we have taken so that we can have better mixing or the better compound formation without any agglomerations, and which way we can have we can reduce the form hygroscopic nature of the compound so that we can work outside the glove box. Even still the previous one which we were working in the glove box, and we have to move out of the glove box so that we can use this material in the open atmosphere, so that we can use this material in scale up, and that can lead to the battery manufacturing in the bigger scale in future. That's what we wanted to bring in, and we brought out of them. And this is one ritual refinement for this compound, where we could show that this compound has formed. And then we did the impedance analysis and showing of the conductivity is of the order of 9 millisiemens per centimeter, and we have other solid electrolytes also which are showing the conductivity of the order of 10 power minus 3 Siemens per centimeter. That's where we wanted to work, and we got this compound. So as I said that we wanted to scale up, and we have to come out of the glove box. So what is the best option that we can come out of the glove box is like electrospin approach. You know the electrospin, that where we take a solvent and we solution, and then we apply potential, and we have a drum where the material will be collected, and you can have nanofibers over that. You can see quite nice nanofibers formed on the collector, and you can separate. Even you can see in the figure B, you can take out, and you can see the cross sections and the SEM images where the nice nanofibers are formed. So this is how the nanofibers we framed, and we can see the possibility of scaling up of these compounds. So which is bringing out our technology readiness level towards the commercialization. Is it enough now? Of course, we did the conductivity measurements, all of them we had to do, but still we need to see how mechanically stable. That's what we wanted to see our polymer. You can see we are weighing using our polymer is about 400 grams. You can see clearly here in the video on the right side. We can carry about 400 grams using our ceramic and polymer electrolyte, which is exhibiting high stability, which is effectively, I could not say because of some reasons, but some of the commercial separators cannot have this much stability or the strength that we are showing here. Okay. So now we have a good electrolyte, and we have strategies to how to increase the capacity on the cathode side, and how to enhance the stability of the electrolyte. Now we are ready to move towards the commercialization. So we need to see who are all the competitors, and what is our capability when compared with them. And so you can see, when compared with the competitor who is in the market, effectively, it is lithium sulfur batteries are not in the market, but at least they claim that they have a lithium sulfur battery, and their capacity retention is about 41% after 500 cycles. But we are about 84% capacity retention, which is such a material. And and there is no full solid-state lithium sulfur battery available in the market. And even the competitors are working on that one, but they are not. So we are the first commercially available solid-state lithium sulfur battery. And you can see that the battery weight is about 30 grams, but the energy of this battery is about 7,000 milliamp hour. So that is what we have. And when compared with the other competitors, whether in terms of LFP chemistry or NMC chemistry, and we are far ahead when compared with them, and we are trying to move even further up so that we can enhance our capabilities. And this is giving 3 times higher energy density to us. And that is leading to the lightweight, which becomes 30% lighter. And since it is an all solid state battery, so it is safe, it doesn't catch fire. So as you can see on the right side, we just cut the cell outside the glove box, and there is no fumes rising up. And as you know, the sulfur is quite abundant. The cost of the battery goes down, and it is highly sustainable. And since we are not using any kind of mining like nickel, cobalt, manganese, there is no need of use of emission of carbon dioxide because of the mining, which is lead to about 40% reduction in the greenhouse gas emission. That is where we are. And when we try to compare our battery weight with the existing lithium ion batteries which are in the market, apple to apple, you can see comparison when we have a pack of 128 volts, and how the weight of our battery is far below than when compared with the other available market in the CS1. And when we look at the techno-economic analysis, so we should, when we are going to the market, we have to look at the techno-economic analysis and how far we can reduce the price of the battery. You can see how far we can reduce its effectively 50% we can reduce, but still we are humble saying like at this stage as a bomb cost, we are saying like it is about 20 to 30% reduction in the cost, but still it will be. And it is not only a change in the cathode material, cost reduction is not only happening in the side of the cathode material, but it is also reducing number of steps which are happening at the manufacturing level. That is further reducing the cost of the battery a lot. So at the end, I was telling that we focus at the beachhead market for drones, which is about $2.3 billion with the CAGR of about 19%, which by using our batteries, drones can fly 3 times longer and can carry about 30% higher higher payloads. And that gives like 30% less frequent charging. See, you don't need to charge frequently these batteries, and it reduces a lot of infrastructure, which is really a good saving for the people who are working on that one. And who are all the other people working on the landscape? We have to see, like, otherwise we have to compare our capabilities with other people who are all looking at, as I was saying, that all the prominent people like who are working in the solid state, like Toyota, Quantum Space, Prologium, all these people are of the order of 380 watt-hour per kg, and their capacities are quite low when compared with ours. That is where the catching point for us. And in particular, the lithium sulfur battery players are in US and in Asia Pacific region. And I do encourage from Africa side, if you can have lithium sulfur is a good technology that you can adopt, because you can take a leapfrog approach, that you can jump into the best technology instead of trying the old technologies and trying to reproduce them. And you have plenty of sulfur in Africa, that I'm sure about it. So the market size for the whole battery I'm talking about in the world is about $136 billion. as a good catch point for you, so you can work on that one. It's the best place for you to work on lithium sulfur battery. Just I would like to show how fast we started. Um, we patented our technology in about 2021, but at that time we did not work on bringing the commercialization. But later we started working on the commercialization in the last 1.5 year. We started from a small pouch cell and moved all the way up to the pack level. You can see, and now even further we can have a facility that we can coat a few meters of the cathode material, so that we can pack these materials for this one. And with this, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer to your questions. And I would like to say that I was there in 2014, and it was really great experience with all the people there. And I always feel like it is a great opportunity that I was there and met the people. Thank you very much.
Please, a very big round of applause for Professor Rao. Yes, if you are looking at those pictures, you will notice that there were pictures taken in front of our laboratory then,
Yeah.
years ago, because Professor Rao has become, just like Professor Justus, Professor Kenneth, a near constant in our quest to get educated in the nano area. He has been there. He has always come. Like he said, if not for a few days, he would have also been here with us live to not only present papers, but to also interact with our students. I will not forget in a hurry, 2 weeks or thereabouts we spent, or 3 weeks we spent with him in India, well, just before the COVID in 2020, when we went there on invitation. Professor Rao, thank you very much for the presentation, and we will expect some persons to ask 1 or 2 questions or make some comments. But what attracted me most to your presentation is talking about using polar and non-polar systems to, possibly exit the use of glove box, but still achieving a major result. That is one to me. And when you were presenting that, the expert will have here, major expert will have here in battery, was there nodding her head, because she has done a lot of things around a lot of things. But then what you presented today is an addition to what she has tried to do here with some of us following from a distance. And noting that your gel polymer was able to hold 400 grams of weight.
Yeah.
Something that is, to me, a very serious business, as we say here. 400 grams of weight is not a small weight, and for a film to hold 400 weight, it means a lot. We congratulate you on what you are doing there. And we are, just like you said, it is sulfur is not something that we will look for far away from within us in Nigeria here, to the extent that we will shy away from the results you have presented. Like you said also, we will prefer to be working on what we already know the direction is going, especially with respect to contributing to the making of batteries, as we have been challenged. Yesterday, we were challenged yesterday by the keynote speaker here, a top government official that was here. We'll continue to collaborate with you in that respect. Please, questions, comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that presentation. I actually have a couple of questions, and the first question is, I want to know, for your for your electrolyte, was it flexible or just pure solid electrolyte? And what kind of polymerization technique did you use to turn your electrolyte to into that pure solid form that was able to like hold that amount of weight. Then the second question, did you add any special nanofiber material, maybe cellulose nanofiber, to kind of increase mechanical strength of your electrolyte?
Yeah. The first question is like we have a full solid state solid electrolyte, but we very quickly realized that the scalability is a problem, and to make full ceramic solid electrolyte in making battery, we do demonstrate it, but the scalability is a problem. We making as a pouch cell, and we need to make slabs, and then we felt like it's going to be a tedious task. So then we said that, okay, let us go for a new approach where we can bring in our ceramic electrolyte into the polymer, which makes a bit flexible. So that's where we are making it. It is ceramic in polymer. That is where we have, and we optimized the amount of the ceramic so that we can get the best conductivity. I showed only the best results, but there is a lot of effort behind this one in reaching this level. It is not one day's effort. So we optimized them and bring them. And then for your second question, like we did a few approaches like UV polarization approach, so that we can have a polymerization taking from the monomer, making them into the polymer. Even that is also like, it is not that easy, but when we go to the scalability, that when we go for the pilot level and we go for the major production, we may not have a UV light there to polymerize our material. So there we come up with the approach that we have to keep the material, and the same time we need to make it longer fibers. That's where we come out with the electrospinning approach. So we moved out of the glove box now, and of course initial few steps are done in glove box. I don't say it's 100% out, but the catching point is, after making the electrolyte, at the time of going for the fabrication of the battery, and we are using electrospinning approach. Electrospin allows us to work outside the glove box. That is where we are. And initially we do mix everything inside the glove box, and then we bring out them. Yes, it is happening. So that is again a catchy point, and the important point is like the ratio, which should be able to cover the surface of the conducting polymer, so that it will not become it will not absorb any moisture. That is important thing. We need to play with the polymer, so that it will become repellent to the water. That's what we made them. Yeah. That is mainly playing with the number of oxygens, hydrogens, nitrogen. That is what we did. Yeah.
Final question, please. Did you use any separator for your
No. Once we have this solid electrolyte, there is no need of separator. We can straight away go ahead.
Okay, Professor Rao, you oblige us because of the things, so many things you have said. Please, you will oblige us, as there are many questions that are coming your way. Thank you.
Sure. No issues. I'm happy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. Please, I want you to please go over the architecture again. I think for your cathode, you use sulfur titanium oxide as a composite, and the other side, the anode, the ceramics and the polymer, if I'm right. Please, can you explain the architecture again?
Okay. So as of now, the anode, we are using lithium. We are not using any other material as of now. So we are working on replacing lithium metal with other compounds, which is still a trade secret for us. And electrolyte is a composite polymer, which I was explaining till now. And on the side of the cathode, yes, we did play with the cathode side with the sulfur. It is not pure sulfur. We bond with the carbon, and we encapsulate with carbon. That the two approaches we have taken, and we have taken a mixture of them, so that we will have a kind of a combination where we have both conductivity and the possibility for the shuttling of the lithium transport, and sulfur should be ready to give the lithium ion back. That is where we worked with that one. As of now, we are at about 65% of the sulfur loading, which we are working. Above that, it is not working, and still we are there. But using that one also, still we are more than 500 watt-hour per kg energy density, which is the world record as of now.
Yeah, thank you very much. The next question is coming from this side.
Thank you very much for this mind-blowing presentation. My question is that in one of your charts, the techno economy chart, I suppose, the market you have proposed is about $136 billion. And in that chart, we have South America, North America, Australia. There is no Africa. I want to ask if you have any idea of bringing this, to African markets, because that African listing was not shown there. What's your plan for Africa, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Africa is, there is no doubt about it. Africa is really a place where the technologies like this flourish well. Yes, we do consider bringing to that part of the world. So yes, I think I spoke with one or two ambassadors regarding this one already. I'm talking with them to bring to the African continent also this technology.
Thank you for the presentation. Knowing generally that solid electrolytes, they have issue with ionic conductivity. So what measures did you put in place to handle that? Thank you.
Yes, the solid electrolyte as it is has its conductivity is good, but many people try to use the solid electrolyte and anode without adding the solid electrolyte into the anode or cathode. That is that is leading to the interface layer. If you see, the Fermi energy goes up huge, and the transport will not happen between the anode and cathode. So you need to optimize the amount of the solid electrolyte in the cathode material, so that you will facilitate the transport of the lithium ions. That is the catchy point actually. And at the same time, you need to see how much is the thickness of your solid electrolyte you are using. So these are really tricky points that you need to see. And when you are making your a solid electrolyte, how are you assembling your membrane? To my knowledge, based on our experience, if you bring a separate cathode which is coated on aluminum, and if you bring a solid electrolyte, a ceramic electrolyte, and try to assemble them, it will not work. It won't work. So you need to coat your cathode on electrolyte. so then only your battery will work. Most of the people, they try to work separately and they try to bring together, and battery will not work, and the people say that solid state will not work. That is not true. So you need to actually, it's a kind of embedded system. It's your solid electrolyte and the liquid and the cathode material should be interfaced and interlinking like this. Then only it works well, and that reduces the transport distance of the lithium ions. That is an important factor.
Okay, thank you. There's yet another question from this angle.
Thank you very much, sir. Does the disintegration of the component elements pose any threat to the environment?
So, sorry, I missed. Can you please repeat?
The disintegration of the component elements, like the polymers, does they pose any threat to the environment?
What is the environmental implication of the disintegration of the materials that we use in the batteries that we made? That's the question that the student just asked.
Disintegration of the polymer?
Yeah, disintegration of the polymer and the components of the battery.
Okay.
What is the environmental implication of after use, after life?
After use, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the as I said that since we are not using any kind of nickel, cobalt, manganese on that side, it is clear enough. Sulfur is fairly safe for the environment, and if that material goes into the dumping also, it leads to the lithium sulfur. Lithium sulfur is not danger for the system, and as it is lithium sulfur, if you try to burn it, it will not catch fire. So there is no problem on that side, and people are preparing for the recycling of the battery, so that we can take it and separate the elements and we can bring in lithium sulfur back. That process is happening now, and we are also working on recycling of this material. So basically, we try to take the battery back to us, and we will recycle it and bring it back to the society.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Rao. We appreciate both the presentation. You can see the number of questions and comments that arose as a result of your presentation. That is to show you what you are doing in your company, in your lab, how we appreciate what you are doing, and how we are hoping that technology transfer will not be too difficult with you, with your lab, with your company. Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate that. And the conferees have pleaded that you send your slides to us so that we can share to all of us that are attending the conference. We hope that is possible.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Sure.
Oh, thank you very much. Once it gets to Fabian, it will get to all of us. We miss you physically, because you know, if you were here in Nigeria, those places we used to go, including the Ambassador King, that we were in his house the other time. We're all missing a number of you that couldn't come physically. But then we want to say thank you very much for being here with us, and we continue to hope to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and see you.
All right, thank you. At this point, we will draw the curtain for today, and in drawing the curtain on presentations today, we want to make one or two announcements. Number one is that the oral presentations will start again at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we want people have been directed to inform you that those that will be making presentations tomorrow should please, who are physically available, should please see the technical session the bosses there to indicate that they will be making their presentations, physical presentations tomorrow. And the poster session will start tomorrow also at 4 p.m. So after the presentations during the morning and early afternoon hours, the poster sessions will start at 4 p.m. tomorrow. And it has just been confirmed. It has just been confirmed that the one-time Vice Chancellor of the African University of Science and Technology that is located in Abuja, major collaborator to the Nano Research Group of the University, Professor Wole Chuboejo, will be speaking from the USA at exactly 10 a.m. tomorrow. So please let's find time to be here a little earlier than 10. If you miss Professor Chuboejo's speech tomorrow, you would have missed a lot from this conference, because he is a scholar that keeps you seated on your toes while he talks. And I'm sure nobody will want to miss his presentation at 10 tomorrow. And then, so those who are doing orals tomorrow, please meet Dr. Solomon and Dr. Ishida, those of them that are working on that side, and please indicate, because those of them that will be doing online presentations, the leader has informed me that their presentation has been realigned, so that those of you here will make a presentation tomorrow, and we will shift to another venue where they will make their online virtual presentations afterwards. Thank you very much. We want to appreciate all of you for sitting here from morning till now, waiting, learning, linking up, and having proposals of further linkages. One of the things we take off, especially those of us on this side, we take off from today's event, just like yesterday. Yesterday, there was a big masquerade here from the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, and all of you heard the collaborations that in different areas that he has proposed for us. And today, again, we have also heard from the EPC of Naseni, Malam Khalil, and through his representative, and the fact that, again, the University of Nigeria, the Nano Research Group, is part of the major thing that they are doing in Maseni. These are the takeaways, apart from various presentations, especially this last one that came from somebody who is not just in the laboratory developing battery materials, but who has moved it beyond even pilot stage to commercial stage. We will not cease to collaborate with these persons who are continuing to assist in getting us into the world of nanotechnology at the highest level. So thank you very much for being here up till now. And just as we're about to put down the microphone, Oga at the top wants to remind us of something. Okay, and I've just been asked to remind us, for those of us that are presenting, that are making poster presentations, just like the students that walked away with some little coins yesterday, for poster presentation, as we have always done during this conference, posters have cash prizes, cash awards, and certificates. Those that will make the first, second, and the third positions in the poster presentations, you have a certificate and cash awards associated with that. So if your poster is not yet fully done, be sure to get that done and get prepared to present to the panel of judges that will, at the end of the day, assess all the presenters, and then the presenters will be consoled for getting the first, second, and third positions after the presentations with the cash award and certificate. So on this note, I say thank you very much again for being here, and we have a good evening and night rest as we converge again tomorrow. Thank you very much.